Do your own research and due diligence before investing in any company. The information I provide is in no way or manner a professional suggestion to purchase shares in any publicly traded company. I am not licensed to provide financial advice, and this should be considered entertainment. These stock profiles are intended to be trading ideas, a starting point for research. Any individual who chooses to invest in any securities should do so with caution. Investing in securities is speculative and carries a high degree of risk. You may lose some or all the money that is invested. Always research your own investments and consider consulting with a registered investment advisor or a licensed stockbroker before investing. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, never risk more than you can afford to lose. You know that's our moniker around here. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Sal back in the building. This is Friday, man. This is the Friday show. We are here. We are live. I hope you had a good day of trading today. With that being said, we're going to start getting into it here. I got on my screen the number one stock for the day. The number one stock for the day, which was ESES, EchoStem Energy Solutions. Why was it up? Honestly, I don't care, but I do believe they had an announcement yesterday where they signed a contract to expand operations into Oklahoma. Yes, indeed. What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you joining me here on the chat room. Let me see here. Where is everybody at here? Let me see here. Reset my chat room. There you guys are. Okay. What's going on, everybody? Slowly coming into the chat room. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me reset the chat. There we go. Beautiful. All right. So let's go ahead and get things started here. A little technical issues to start the day, but we all in here. All right. So with that being said, the beautiful Miss Montez, Travi, what's up? Monkman, Ryan gets it. Bat Scientist, I think was betting first in the building. Mr. JRH, it's been a minute, man. Mr. JRH, I don't think I've seen you in here in a minute. What's going on, Money Matters? Wesley the Dog, Kylie Girl, Demarius, Bat Cole, T Stout, Donzel Essex. Oh, Donzel was actually in here first. Tristan, what's going on, Tristan? So as I said, ladies and gentlemen, today the first stock on our biggest gainer list was ESES, and this was, set up as a perfect short, as it, go ahead and violated those bands up there, and caught that short coming down. Waited a little bit too long because I've been doing what Bat Scientist has been suggesting, and actually waiting for it to cross the 4 and the 8 moving average. All right. So I have here violating at 125 and covering at 110. But with that being said, let's go ahead and see what else was up for the day, and what I wanted to be my short was of the day, which was PULM. And a lot of people got at me for hating on that stock, but I am hating on the stock because I want to short the stock and I don't want it to keep going up. I'm happy when a stock gets over $1 because then it becomes valuable enough for me to short. You still pay the 250 rule, but I consider that to be more or less protection. And when you have a stock like PULM, which is, just increasing in value, it becomes more and more expensive for you to short that. And I sent out a tweet today at like 235 or something like that. 235. And then sure enough, on level 2, huge buying starts coming into it. When I mentioned that I thought the stock was about to collapse. And that's exactly what was going to happen. I should have kept my mouth shut. I really should have kept my mouth shut. And I have an order sitting at 287. As I tweeted out, I have an order sitting at 287. But unfortunately, it never got there. It never got there. So we'll see what happens with PULM. I got some people to agree with me that it's going to get killed next week because during the weekend, people come to their senses. They actually look at their investments. They see what the companies are doing. The fundamental investor within, these people who gamble on a lot of these stocks comes back, and they actually look at the investments that they're in, and how the company is doing, and you hope to God they snap back to their senses. All right? You hope to God that they snap back to their senses. You hope anyway. You hope. You said PULM will squeeze, in my opinion. Yeah, we'll see. We'll definitely see, man. I do expect a move higher to start the day, Tristan. I do expect a move higher. I'm not saying I don't expect a move higher in PULM, because the chart says exactly that. The chart says exactly that. This is not a stock that, if you would never short into this or hold this overnight. Hell no. You'd be violating basically every code of trading out. Putting a short position into this. You're going to get murdered on Monday morning. Look at that chart. This is, you can't ask, for a better chart if you got into this or if you were sitting into this stock a week ago. You're well up over 100%. 5 days of incredible growth. Exactly, Joel. 5 days, incredible growth in the stock. You can't complain. You can't complain. I gotta drop one of DJ Clue's bombs for this one. This is, it's absolutely beautiful chart. Let me drop one of these bombs. Oh, it came on my local. Let me put it in this one. There we go. There we go. Let me drop one of his bombs for that one. Yeah, that's 5 days. That's 5 days. You said. Let me say here. You said drone clues. Yeah. SRUP. Never seen that one before. SURP. What is SRUP? S&P High Quality Rankings Index? Okay. Is this okay? This is basically the tracker of the overall market. Okay. Can you buy that? I know you can buy the index as a whole, but this particular ticker, can you buy that? And Tristan, I'm keeping an eye on your AUPH, brother. I'm keeping an eye on your AUPH. I'm watching it. It's had a beautiful, couple days, so we'll see what happens with that. 267, you're on the air. What's up?
Is that me? I guess it is, right?
Yes, it is.
Hey, this is Ken W. from Philly. New, very green. I have a gentleman that's teaching me. He lives in Maryland. He learned from Skypes. I guess is that his name? Skypes. Timothy Skies.
Okay, yeah, Tim Sykes. Okay.
Yeah, and he learned from another guy within that group, I guess, and he's teaching me, and I'm paying him by the hour. But he taught me enough to learn how to find the stocks. The most important thing, and get out of it. He says, get out of it. Set your plan. If you don't plan to trade, then and different things like that. But I played. It's funny. I'm looking at you and everybody, and what they played the plum, PLUM, and on my own, I found that stock myself, and I said, got a low float, and seemed like good news, right? And I'll be darned if I waited till when it took off, after the bell rang, it took off. It just kept on going.
Yeah.
And I was expecting it to drop down and short, like I've seen a lot of them last week. It seemed like some of the stocks they got shorted, and then I waited a little bit, and then it would start to come around again. You know what I mean? Like it would go back up. But I want to say I really learned a lot from you too, and I'm learning as much as I can, and I really appreciate you being on here on the webinar on YouTube, and and I appreciate everybody's comments and just I'm very green.
Oh, not a problem. I appreciate you for watching, man. Thanks a lot, and definitely take those kind of words to heart. Now, besides PULM, are there any other stocks that you're looking at right now that we probably haven't discussed?
Um, no, because I talked to my teacher. He says he handles about nine stocks at a time because of experience. And
Sure.
I said I only want to watch one or two.
Right,
I mean,
right.
but I can't think of the other one right now. But I'll probably maybe text it to you or something.
Okay.
But this one, it seems to do really well. I think did this have a 5.5 million float? I forget, or the 1.5.
Yeah, I do know it's a low float stock. I remember it. It is on lowfloat.com. It does show up on lowfloat.com, so I'm sure it is pretty low. But right now it's breaking volume records every single day. One of the things it's funny you mentioned that your teacher was trained by Tim Sykes. One of the things he mentions is that you want to look for at least 2 days of negative action for you to actually go in short. Anything before that would be considered, you'd be taking quite a risk that could, has a higher, chance of going against you. It's not a high probability trade. But yeah, this looks like it could continue. And I know we got some people in the chat room who are in the stock and enjoying the gains. And by all means, keep going. I mean, we've had
But
stocks here that
I
can
have
go
a
as
limit.
high as $10, $20, $30. We've had stocks go to $100.
And yeah, and I don't know. This one seems like it could go up, like ETRM did, but how far will it go? And because I have limited knowledge on this stuff, and I'm trying to learn as much as I can from the teacher, and just by watching your videos, and but the thing is, I'm living it right now because I have to follow so many trades, 3 turnarounds in 5 days,
Right.
So, but I have a little bit in there, not too much. Just started out with 1,000, and I'm going to probably put a couple more thousand in it so I can do a little better,
Sure. Well, I really appreciate your call, man, and thank you again for watching.
I want to ask, who do you use for your platform or your broker?
I use E-Trade. I use E-Trade. I also have a SureTrader account just in case I see something out there for whatever reason I can't get filled on E-Trade for, particularly the short OTC stocks. They have an incredible list at SureTrader, but it's been a while since an OTC stock has gotten overextended to an extent that I wanted to short it.
Now, could I open up another? I forgot to ask my teacher, but since you have lots of experience and good wisdom, can I open up another account, like with a different company, so I can get around that rule?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt. It's actually suggested. I mean, get yourself a TD first. I always suggest TD because it's free. You can open it up in 5 minutes. If you got more than $500 to put in the second account, go to E-Trade. E-Trade minimum deposit $500. Then you want to get yourself Robinhood. Robinhood is completely free. It's mobile, but completely free as well.
I downloaded Robinhood, but I don't seem like they don't give you too much, not a whole lot of information except for it's free to trade. But I don't understand the whole concept.
Yeah. Robinhood, I guess it would be more for someone who's looking to long stocks. Although you can day trade, it's pretty fast. It's pretty fast. But yeah, if you want to use, then I would just do TD, E-Trade, and then third, probably a tie between Scottrade and what would be a good one after that? I'll probably do Scottrade. Probably Scottrade's good third.
Okay. Yeah, I got Ameritrade, but if I'm only doing like 100 shares at a time with $1,000, it seems like it's stupid for me, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's giving me experience. Trust me.
Yeah. Then with $1,000, yeah, I would spread it 500 TD, 500.
Okay, cool.
At E-Trade, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, okay. That way I can get around this 3-day rule, so I don't have to wait.
That's correct, right. You wouldn't have to wait. Your position, you're going to have to really manage your position sizing because, you're not working with as much capital. But, you can be able to take great long positions. If something comes up, You don't have enough trades at TD, move over to E-Trade, and you still take advantage of the opportunity.
Okay. One last thing on this PLUM, Plum, I guess.
Yeah.
Would you suggest, like, say, buying 100 shares, and just let it go long for a while and just see how she does, like, in a week or two?
Well,
or
it
whatever?
depends on what happens in the first 30 minutes on Monday. I'm hoping to God it crashes, but it could
Are
very
you
well
short?
find support. And every single morning, it's done very, very well. And it's found support at the top every single morning for the last 2 mornings straight. So I don't see why Monday it won't do that. But we know stocks do have a tendency, especially over weekends, to lose a little bit of momentum going into Monday morning.
Okay. I see.
So I'll be watching the volume and seeing, as you can see here, volume was increasing every single day. So I'll be watching the volume on Monday, and if we have a really, really strong morning, I wouldn't bet against the stock, and I would definitely look into probably going long.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and I'm going to listen on and let somebody else get in here.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the call, man.
Thank you very much.
All
Bye-bye.
right. All right. Yeah, thanks for watching. Love all the new people watching. Love all the new people watching. Yeah, so I mean, if you guys have a different sentiment about PULM, give me a call. But other than that, man, I don't see why it won't be up. Again, if we maintain the volume and it still looks good, I don't see why not. CLRB was another stock that, this is a stock that was really interesting today because toward the end of the day, it didn't sell off like it did not too long ago. All right, towards the earlier this month, January, it gapped up high, and like always, when it violates the top of the band, that's an easy short right there. It came back in, found support at the 20-day moving average, and it had been losing value ever since. Then what came on the 24th? I know we talked about it. Okay, the drug patent. The drug patent got dropped on the 24th, and it's been actually maintaining. It's actually been maintaining, which is really interesting. 920, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Sal? This is Justin J. Bean on 85.
Oh, okay. What's going on,
man? I had a couple questions for you right quick. Give me a second. No, that one stock, Future World, that we were talking about yesterday?
Yeah, which one is Future World? Is that FU?
FWGB, I believe. I'm not sure the ticker.
FUWG, because I always get Future World and Future Land mixed up.
Yeah. One thing that got me is you see the axe next to the buy. I can't get
What, does it have a pretty wide spread? Yeah, I see here. It's not really. It's just in between 1 and 2 lately.
Oh no. Hold on, let me give me a second. I had it at the axe was at 0001.
Yeah.
I mean the bid was at 0001, I believe, and the axe was at .2502. Is that like you think that's like a indicator that they're probably going to jump that one off or something like that?
Not really. I mean, nah, I wouldn't say that. These illiquid kind of plays where it's got a ton of shares out here. People looking to, sometimes they'll look on level 2 and they'll see certain people who have certain orders out, right? Especially when you talk about these illiquid stocks, you can pull up the level 2 and you can literally watch, people's orders and what they have and what prices they want for certain shares. And if you're looking to be, if you're looking to buy a ton of shares, you might put your order or your limit order above somebody's price. Maybe there's somebody out there who wanted, 0022 for, 10 million shares, 25 million shares. If I want that and I see that on level 2, I'm going to put my order in to match his. And I might not get all of his, not necessarily just all of his, but everybody below that. So that can skew the, the bid and ask spreads as well. So I wouldn't suggest that that's a sign that's going to be, it's about the pump or anything like that. It'd just be somebody looking to, grab a ton of shares and take what's on level 2.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. One other thing I wanted to, touch base on was, I know Trump, he was talking about, a little bit of restoring all these old cities and making the steel for these pipelines here in America and stuff like that. And I stay in Wisconsin right now, and I was born in Gary, Indiana. You know, it used to be one of the biggest steel mills in the 70s and stuff. But I know that back in like '96, he was talking about trying to restore Gary and stuff like that. And I know he owns a casino out there on East Chicago out there in Hammond. So I didn't know if maybe you had any ideas on any old industry or any old steel mills that might be down at the bottom right now that might be doing something later on.
I don't know of any small cap steel plays. That's actually a good thing we can look into for the show tonight. I know obviously the number one steel Trump play that's been running since his election. As soon as you mentioned it was X, ticker symbol X. And that's a stock I can tell you over the last, that's done absolutely incredible over the last year, from lows of almost $6, to $33. I think the stock is up almost, I want to say well over 800% for the year, ticker symbol X. And based on some real tough policies that were instituted under the Obama administration, stopping Chinese steel dumping. And with Donald Trump, and if he's serious about, implementing a real agenda for rebuilding our infrastructure, and we actually see a policy that's handed to Congress, then I think this stock could definitely run, and we should look at some small cap steel plays that could run off that kind of momentum and excitement.
Okay. Sounds good, man. I just want to say I've been watching you for probably like a week now, and I want to say I appreciate everything you've been doing, and I'm gonna be here every night, so I appreciate that.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call.
All right, no problem.
All right. So, I mean, that was a good call. I honestly think I don't know offhand of any small steel plays. If you guys do, please let me know. Tara was asking, how do you recognize a pump stock? It's typically a stock that just runs out of nowhere with no real news. You can't find any reason why it's up. That's typically a pump. Also, you want to use resources like Twitter as well as stock twits to find who's talking about it and who's pushing it. 206, Mr. Lloyd, you're on the air. What's up?
What's up, man? Man, happy Friday to everybody.
Yes.
Hot damn, man, we finally made it.
Yes.
Man, I gotta give it to Bats on this AUPH. Now, if we go back to that chart and look at it, it looks like it retraced back, and it did the same move again. So you could have hit it twice on that big ass candle that we was looking at on just the other day. But I think it's going to pull back off that since it's closed below. I think it's going to go back down to the bottom of the band.
Wow, so you're saying AUPH going all the way back down to the 170s, 180s, possibly?
Hold on a second. Let me take a look. Let me take it. Just make sure before I open my mouth.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 1 day chart or the daily chart.
So I'm suspecting probably about 2.
Because right now we are, we're at the top of the band, very top of the band. It is showing that we are pretty high on the RSI. We are overbought condition right now in AUPH. Let me see in another time frame here. Let's go an intermediate time frame like 90 days. All right, still pretty high, but all right, sitting just above the 20-day moving average.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, with these candlesticks, it just doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of power in this particular play.
It has been showing the declining volume. I will agree with that. In fact, let me look up on Yahoo Finance and verify on AUPH. Actually, it did pretty good today. 6.9 million shares traded. 5%.
I mean, and if you really think about it, I mean, I think it was a VNR, that dollar play. I think if you would need for $500 for it to move up to 13 some cents. I mean, you only make $100.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for a $3 play, I mean, you really have to put in a lot of money.
And that's exactly why I love stocks, particularly under 5, but preferably under 250. If I can stay under that 250, because you can buy so much more. and you get way more bang for your buck if you're not
Right.
working with a lot of capital to begin with. Now, where we are now at 322, it will require you to not only put more money down, right, but also for the stock now to really make an even bigger gain, for you to see a reasonable return.
Right.
That's why we don't play big stocks to begin with. But, at 337, where do you think it can go from here? I mean, I see we're up after hours.
I think there's a lot of other good plays out there, man. I'm not going to say it's a bad play, and that's a good call on this, man. I like the fact that it retraced back to the 8 EMA, if that's what you have up there, because I put the 8 EMA on there, and it bounced off there. So that's a bullish sign. However, the cloud that I have, it hit the top of the cloud, which is the resistance level. So I think we're going to be in some turbulence for a minute if it goes up. So it's going to have a sideways motion. But like I said, I think there's a lot of other plays out there for people. I mean, a $3 stock, you really have to put some money down into there just to make some money.
Yeah.
So, this morning I played Tesla for 15 minutes. My greedy ass, I was $262 within 10 minutes, and I said, you know what? Let me just go for one more round.
It looks like you had a good day today too.
Yeah, well, I was catching on the way down because I was like, oh, that news came out. What happened? They were, what the hell happened? Something about somebody gave out some secrets or something.
Okay.
Or they switched over to Google. Somebody took the secrets and went to Google, and so I said, oh yeah, we're going down today. So I caught that $262, and I got back in just to go for another round because it was like, and this is the hardest thing about options. I had $320 that I seen flash in front of my eyes, and I couldn't get that sell order in quick enough to take that money, and so I ended up walking away with, instead of $320, I ended up walking away with $262. Now, when I got back in there, my wife called me. I turned my head, looked back at the screen. I was down to 180. So, I mean, as quick as it goes up, it goes down just as fast.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a nice little scalp play. I still have a plan in mind for next week. Unfortunately, when you try these strategies, when you paper trade, the orders get filled right away because I mean, it's a computer you're going against. Right. But when you're trying to get these orders filled live, it can take a while. And so
not only that, but you got information you got to fill in too as well, and
right.
and all that.
Right. So anyway, so that's my story on that. I'm gonna definitely report back on this new strategy. I'm gonna try to reduce my orders to hopefully I'm working on consistency, at least trying to make $300 to $400 a week.
I don't like. Lloyd, what are those calls going for though? Those are like 2 something? Because I know they're not cheap on Tesla.
Well, so Fridays, I think let me take a look how much I paid for it real quick. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, if for those of you guys who are interested in trading options, for some stocks, depending on the volatility, it determines how expensive or cheap they are. And I know Tesla is not a cheap stock because it is very volatile. So the more volatile the stock, the higher the option cost. But with Tesla, it does require you to put down, a considerable amount for you to really get a bang for your buck.
I bought the put at I can't even tell what I bought today. Let me see. Today's the 27th. I have so many. Hold on a second. Let me take a look here. Okay, here we go. So opening Tesla puts. So I bought it at 53, and I sold at 167. So I bought it at 53 cents. I bought five calls at 53 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 2 orders for some reason. And then when I tried to sell, it looks like 4 calls went for. Yeah, so it looks like they all went for 167. So that wasn't bad, man. I mean, But I don't like playing like that. I don't like if you guys get into options. I don't like playing where I have to watch it. I need to make sure that I feel comfortable with the trade. And when you're watching
Well,
it,
I mean, by the way, this chart looks like you don't even have to watch Tesla. I mean, if you go long with this, I mean, it's been almost a guaranteed bank for you if you go long on Tesla.
well, what the problem with the options is when you play it on Friday, the time you have to get three
Okay,
factors
so
right.
you were
when you're
playing you were playing a Friday call expiring today. You were playing
Exactly.
Okay.
So you have time that you're going against. You need the volatility to get to the point to where you're actually making money, and you have to get the direction right. So that's the hardest thing to get time, direction, and you know, as far as and if the speed of it getting there, and if you don't have a lot of speed, or if it's moving sideways, you're fucked, man. It's just, you know, you're going to lose all your money based on time, and you need to cash out. So those Friday calls is very dangerous, and I don't like doing it. But I know if I got fucked over during the week, I'm going to play a Friday call just to accumulate some of the losses that I had, Monday through Friday. So, but in regards to the real world, man, I got to get something off my chest. You know, it's Friday. I've been waiting 2 weeks since you had a show. I didn't even get a chance to vent.
Yeah, go ahead.
What the hell is Donald Trump doing, man? I'm telling you, we are going back to the fields. I kid you not. He don't want people from Syria and Iraq in the country. You know, it's like I told you back in the summertime. I said, look, if this man get into office, I swear we're going back to Jim Crow.
I don't, man. That's the thing is I don't know, man. Like I've changed on ideas about him, man. I don't really think he cares about social issues, dude. I think he gets people riled up. I think there's a certain group of Americans who feel that way, but I don't really think he's going to follow through on that crap, man. I think he's about business. I think he's about jobs. I really don't think we're going to see that. You know, right now he's got Mexico to deal with, and that's a whole different business that we need to really be looking at too. Is how is it going to affect some of these companies that have been doing business in Mexico and ship their products into America, and how those costs now are going to be translated over to consumers, and how this is going to affect these businesses. So I think that's the discussion this country is going to be having. I really don't see the whole Muslim thing panning out, really, because the Russians are taking care of Syria, right? I just don't see it, man. I really don't see it.
Well, and here's the problem that I have is that a lot of people say, "Oh, go Trump! Oh, go Trump!" But the thing about it, he's not affecting you at this time. But now that he froze the government, jobs, now your mom needs Social Security. You think that person in Social Security is doing 10 and 15 jobs is going to speed to get to your mama's case? Now she needs the money. I mean, it's slowing things down. But people, Trump rules. And they may feel that way, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. Yeah. But until he affects your pockets or your family members, you really have no idea. And I think when he froze the federal government as far as from hiring, that was probably the stupidest thing. I'm just saying that increases the line to Social Security or to any of these places. And if your mama really needs the help, now because government employees, man, they're overworked.
I agree with that, and plus, probably not a good idea also during tax time, man, because I know how, you got a lot of people who are looking forward to this tax money. It's already an issue that I'm hearing that they delayed tax returns almost a month, so, and people weren't already getting their tax returns on time to begin with. I don't think I ever got mine. When they said they would send it, always end up being like 2 or 3 days later or something like that. So. I don't know how far back now it can get, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I'm focused on the opportunities to make money, where I can during his presidency, because the market is just, again, we just cracked 20,000. You got people saying who knows where we can be by this time next year. these stocks running like crazy. There's money to be made. And I as much as I want to focus on the social issues, I'm looking at it like, let me get my money up. And then if that happens, I'll have the money to protect myself or get the hell up out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's how I'm looking at it,
Right. And man, I'm really trying to figure out where we're going. Where we're going. I mean, what is he ultimately trying to do to the country? I understand that he wants to keep people out from Iraq and Syria, but hell, we have terrorists in our own country, and they're not even of color. As far as Iraqis or Syrians, I mean, like I told you before, when Mr. McVeigh blew up, was that the IRS building?
Yeah, IRS building.
Nobody, I mean, like I told you before, should we ban all white people? I mean, I feel as if there has been more killings other than national, the national people over in Iraq. I don't know, man. It just upsets me.
Yeah, you're basically saying that the chance of being killed by a domestic terrorist is a lot higher than being killed by, someone who worships Al Qaeda or submits to Al Qaeda and ISIS and whatnot. I get what you're saying. I think we can't deny that there are people out there who believe in ISIS and their agenda and whatnot, and they live right here among us. But also, I think again, I want to get back to stocks real quick, but I just want to add that I think the Islamic community, right, the Muslim community, or whatever the proper word is for it, if I'm not saying it right, I'm sorry. They might have to come out a little bit more and explain exactly what their religion is and what it stands for. Because in Christianity we have a monk, in Judaism they have their leader, but I know in Islam they have what's the word for the high priest in Islam? I forgot the word. It's on the tip of my tongue. But they need to just come out and explain, what the religion is about. Because I think with Islam, people just don't understand what it means. You know what I'm saying? They don't really understand. Yeah. Okay. Iman. There we go. Thank you. Iman. And just come out and explain a little bit to people. Maybe if they could ever create an English version of the of their religious book. Again, that's off the tip of my tongue. But yeah, I mean, not saying I don't know if that's even possible. But yeah, I think people just need to understand what is Islam and how does it,
what are we afraid of? What are we afraid of? I mean, honestly, you can count the killings on one hand from terrorists in the U.S., but there's been more killers of domestic killers than there has been of people overseas.
Yeah.
So what are we afraid of? Why do we have to ban somebody that blew up one building or two buildings? There's been more mass killings done by white people than people over in Iraq or Syria in the U.S. So I'm sorry, man. It just what's next? What is next? So that's all I want to say, man. I got to get back to cooking, but on a positive note, man. I'm so excited. Out of all the thousands and thousands of dollars that I've lost, I think it has put some hair on my neck and my back. But I'm appreciative of the team that you are growing and the community, and just keep it up, man. And I'll see you in the Discord this weekend.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it so much.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. So shout out to Mr. Lloyd for the call. You can tell that had been bothering him. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd, for the call. Appreciate it. And I'm focused on the money, man. I'm focused on the money, and I can't allow myself to get caught up into that, because that's kind of what happened during the Bush administration. The whole Bush administration were the same conversations about banning Muslims. It's the same thing. We're having the same conversations. And, me at the time, not even focused on, stocks at the time. This is what, 07, 08, 06, 07, 08. We still had to deal with, all Al-Qaeda at the time. I missed the greatest short market opportunity of our lifetimes. I could have been short, and I probably could have been a millionaire. Shorten some of those banks that went out of business. Shorten some of those mortgage companies that were publicly traded that went out of business. There were opportunities to, what was it? American Axle. What's their ticker? American Axle. What's American Axle's ticker? American Axle, AXL. All right. Look at this chart. Where's the chart of American Axle? Look at this. These were incredible opportunities to make money that I wasn't paying attention to. The stock got up to 92 cents a share. Again, I'm focused on where can I make some money, because these presidents come and go. The man is 70 years old. Mr. Lloyd, you're like half his age. Okay? These presidents come and go. There'll be a new guy, and 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a Democrat next time around. All right? And they're going to reverse, and they're going to have their bullshit issues and whatnot. I've come to realize these guys come and go. Oh, God damn it. Come on. I'm having everybody who I know knows I have a damn show. I don't know why they call me during the day like that, or during my nights like that. Damn. All right, so let's get back to these. Big Shaq. I think Big Shaq was on the phone. Give me a call back, Big Shaq. 919. You're on the air. What's up?
Hey Sal, Bad Scientist here.
Hey, Bad Scientist. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Thanks for that, Mr. Lloyd. I appreciate it. We're all trying to help each other on this show, so this is the place to be if you want to hear different perspectives. So I definitely appreciate that shout out on AUPH.
Yeah, I feel that way too. And Bad Scientist. Real quick, I just want to tell people, I'm cool with the politics thing. People say, "Oh, you're trying to change." No, I'm not trying to change. It's like, man, at this point, I'm just focused on getting some money, man, because I don't want to sound like I'm complaining and whining, and you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I'm like, man, why even bother talking about it when it just, what's the purpose?
Yeah.
I'd rather let's make some money. I'm so happy Mr. Lloyd is found his niche. Now he's going to make a lot of money, and guess what? I know a few months from now he's not going to give a damn about what Trump cares about Islam or Arabs, because he's going to be on a yacht somewhere with his beautiful wife doing their thing. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
So let's get back to this money.
Yeah, so AUPH, I ended up selling that one off because this damn stock is pissing me off. Yeah. Up and down. Goes, shoots up, doesn't hold its gains, comes down. But I'm glad.
Very frustrating. Very, very frustrating.
I'm glad I walked away from that, and maybe they'll still play, but I believe it closed at 282. I managed to sell it at like
I have it closing at 322. Are you seeing hold on.
Oh, did it close at AUPH? I thought it came crashing down. I might be wrong.
No, we're at, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, wow. 322.
I've been looking at charts for too long. So, okay, today it actually held its gains, but it just, I don't know. It's the good thing about it is it's still above the upper Bollinger Band, so that's good. It's still in play. It hasn't come crashing down through the 408 exponential. So that's good, but this stock was just frustrating me. The one that has really performed, and maybe we can go back to what I promised, was it Tuesday night when I spotted this one, PNTV?
Yeah, that PNTV, man, has been a monster. That has been a monster. I mean,
I don't know what the percent gain has been from Tuesday, but it's got to be at least 50 to 100%.
Oh, it's I mean, oh man, it's well over that. It's well over that.
Okay, so at least I was able to fulfill that promise. Everything
you
else,
definitely knocked it out of the park with this one, man. You definitely knocked it out. You get definitely a Yoda for that one. That was nice. That was nice. With a 40% move today too. So
just today, and it's been steadily going up for the last. I mean, this is like the fourth or fifth straight day that it's going up. It's just incredible.
And then this is another stock that again came out of that sweet spot where nothing's going on. And this reminds me of a stock that I went in today too. I'm going to get into it. PED,
Okay.
and it's an oil and gas play.
Oh yeah, I know
I just did a long on today because I think it could explode if I honestly believe they're going to get that extension from NASDAQ. So we'll see what happens with that.
Okay,
But
that one
PED,
looks good. Bands constricted. It's looking good above like 0.1159. I think if it can cross the $11 mark,
yeah.
that thing's gonna go ape shit.
Yeah. PED
Use
is
the
is
language.
nice constricted, sitting at 10. I think it's a safe trade. 10 cents a share. My exit is 13, possibly 14. If some really great news, I already have the order set. I mean, I'm not even going to wait for news. I have it already set. So if it happens and I miss it, it catches it for me. But with that being
And
said,
then
that's PED.
And then OTC Play Wrap, that's also been excellent. The one I talked about, I think it was yesterday, the marketing emailing company that acquired a cannabis company.
Yep, that was on our list
one's
last
been
night.
steadily going up, so I'm glad that one worked out. So yeah, all in all, it's been a good week. I've started refining my strategy more and more, and it's really getting exciting. I mean, picking a stock and successfully picking it based on a strict set of principles. Before I go, I have one pick. I'm just going to mention this one because this one is also one of those crazy ones that could have a multiple day run, and that is FTWS.
FTWS, Flightways Technology. Now, explain a little bit about this business. What's going on here? What do they do?
So
Why
this
do you
is
like it? And I see
like
we're up
Uber.
already huge, 130%. We're getting
that
really high here.
130%
Why do you think this
today.
could keep going?
Okay, so this is an Uber type company. Apparently, they've got an app where you can book more like for road trips. So, for instance, I think they operate here in the U.S. and then in Southeast Asia. So let's say you're flying into LA and you want a bus to take you from point A to point B.
Okay.
You can set up pickup and delivery just like Uber. I don't know why that's supposed to be fantastic.
Yeah, we got Mag in the chat room saying that FTWS is a pump, and it has been a pump in the past. It used to be called CATQ. With that being said,
cool.
So you're basically saying it's like an Uber for long distance travel?
Yeah, so what they do is, I think it's more for roadside pickups, like if you need a bus trip, once you're at your destination, to get a bus to move you from point A to point B. I'm not quite sure about the specifics. I briefly looked at it, but of course, I'm a technical trader, and the technicals are wonderful. This thing matches my pick. And let's say it comes, yes, it could be a pump, but it's only the second day of this pump. Okay. And I know, yes, it's definitely up 130% today, but the RSI is still only at 51. Okay. Remember, I said classically in my strategy, I look for low RSI plays that at the bottom of the chart that you can still get into. Yeah. So this meets my criteria. Whether or not it's a good company, I think I actually tweeted about it because they projected on Yahoo Finance, and I don't know if these figures are updated, they projected at least an annual growth rate of 38%. The major problem is these guys have no cash. There's absolutely no cash.
Oh, so if there's no cash, I don't believe anything they'll say for in terms of a growth rate.
Oh, yeah. So that's what I tweeted is I think they've got thousands of dollars in cash and thousands of dollars in debt. That's absolute BS.
Yeah.
So I think when I tweeted it, I made a disclaimer and said, thank God I'm a technical trader, because from a financial perspective, if I was a fundamental trader, I would never buy this and hold,
Sure.
put 10,000 and hold it, for retirement or anything
At all.
like
Right,
that.
right, right. Now,
But
obviously, almost a million shares traded today, being that we gained so much today. Obviously, we'd have to see a continuation of that. You expect that even though if it's a pump, you expect that volume to continue into next weekend as well.
yeah, I mean, this is only day two. You've got the most experience than maybe most of us. How long does a pump last? Can it be a day? Can it? Because I get the feeling a pump can normally, they could. I don't know how long the campaign is where they pump the stock, but for it to start dropping after 2 days, that seems a bit premature, even for a long run-up, because they're still trying to court people, bring them on before they dump it.
Yeah. I mean, we can definitely see here. Yeah, that's the thing, man. I'm looking at right now, and it does really, really look ugly. I want to see if I can split this with people and screen share this.
You know what's incredible about this. So the first, I don't know if this is when they started or went public or whatever the term is, but my first candlestick on the daily chart shows on the 10th of November the stock was as high as it's at an all-time high of like 252, and that's what it was just in November. It came crashing down all the way to where it is now at 23 cents. That's potentially, if this thing gets pumped, that's a tenfold increase in the stock. So I don't know what these guys are planning for it, but I think having been as low as, let me see, 8 cents, around that price, in the last 3 days it's gone from 8 cents to 23 cents. Now, whether they're done with the pump after that, I'm not sure. But
Shit.
on the upside,
Yeah,
is
this company don't have shit.
Yep, I know.
This company has nothing, dude. This company has nothing. Oh man, yeah, I got more in my daughter's bank account than this, college fund than this. This is crazy.
Yep, but the caveat is being a technical trader, you don't worry about fundamentals. And yes, let me say very carefully to the audience, this thing has to be traded really carefully.
Yeah,
Because
if
for
you
it
don't
to
know
jump
what you're doing,
130%.
if you don't know what
Yeah.
you're doing, I wouldn't touch this at all. I wouldn't. I
Yeah.
honestly wouldn't touch this at all.
Yeah. But we'll see. I think that it's gonna have play on Monday, maybe Tuesday, but it's only essentially the second day today that it's gone out. And I'm just thinking from a psychological perspective that this stock isn't done because it actually just broke out of the Bollinger Band today.
Yeah,
at about
I see here we're at the top of the
30
band
cents.
here as well.
Yeah, so it only broke out. Today was the first day it broke out. Yesterday it was the upper wick that broke out, so it didn't clearly break out. Today it broke out at 1380 or something like that.
Yep.
So I think that this has play. Yes, I think for the purposes of this show and your audience.
Now, what do
stay
you think
away
about
from
that
this.
promoter's dump, though, right there? Because I see right here in the middle, there's a big dump. Obviously, somebody, taking advantage of all that incoming volume and dumped on people.
Yeah. That's the danger of something like this, especially if you saw the balance sheet. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
So I would say. So what I'm doing is I'm watching the middle Bollinger Band, the 20-day moving average, and so far it hasn't looked like it started to change direction. It's still kind of leveled out. If it starts changing direction and starts establishing that upward trend, maybe I'll consider this, but let's see what happens let's see what happens on Monday. I don't want to preempt anything because this is only the second day that it's been running. So there might be a pullback. I don't know to what. It might pull back to 13. but I have a sneaking suspicion that this pump isn't done,
Okay.
considering it came from $2.50 and it's at 23 cents right now.
Yeah.
These guys are going to try to pump this to 50 cents, maybe $1. I can't.
Now, do you
I
know
don't
who the
know
promoter
for
that sent the email out?
No, I don't even. I don't even read any promoter
Okay.
emails. This is what I caught
me see
this
if
on
I can-
OTC markets, because all I do is look for my specific setup or technical breakout, and if I like what I see, I start looking at other parameters. But having looked at this and having looked at the fundamentals and actually made the statement that the fundamentals are crap, at the end of the
Yeah, I
day,
didn't get
I
an
know
email
what
about
type
either.
of trader I am. And I'm a technical trader. The 4 picks I gave, PNTV, AUPH, all those picks were simply done on technicals. I wasn't worried about what news comes out. And that's a pretty much contentious issue with a lot of traders, because some people say you need a catalyst. I agree, you need a catalyst that helps explain why there's a move. But you and I know, and everyone on this show knows, that sometimes stocks move.
Yeah.
So provided you have your risk, you're mitigating any downside and you're managing your risk, I think you're fine. But to just go into a stock for the sake of going, into it, that's disastrous.
Yeah.
So have a system where you always ask yourself, what are you looking to gain for it from the stock on the reward side? How much are you prepared to lose? Make sure you put that stop in place so that if it goes the other way, you're out of the stock. That's all I can say. So, yeah, I'm just asking people, just look at this Monday, Tuesday, early part of next week. I don't think this stock is done. I don't believe it'll go up 100% and then just come all the way back to 8 cents. If there's pumping going on with this, which it looks like, I think they're going to try to get more people on board and pump it to 50 cents, maybe $1. Then again, I might be wrong. But
We'll
let's
definitely be watching. I really appreciate that, Bad Scientist.
Sure, Sal. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sal.
Thank you for the call, man. All right, we'll put it on a list. FTWS. You see that middle red band right there? That drop scares me. That means somebody really dumped a lot of shares. Somebody knew this was coming. 347. You're on the air. What's up? 347. Call me back, 347. I think Big Shag, I just missed you on the last dial there. There it is. 347. Big Shag?
What's up, Sal?
Hey, what's going on with you, man?
What's up, bro? Let me slow my computer down. Yeah. Can you hear me, Sal?
Yeah. Can you turn your sound up a little bit? Or
Turn the
maybe,
sound up,
is
or
it me?
you'll turn
Okay,
the
hold
phone
on.
up?
I'll turn you up probably. Maybe it's me. There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me now, Sal?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Man, Sal, I'm pissed off with you, bro.
At me? Uh-oh. What did I do?
Yeah, man. Man, I'm one of the originals. Back in the day when you had 5 subscribers or 5 views, you used to say on the phone, 347, I'll hit you back, I see your call. Now, I called you a few times. You didn't even acknowledge like the phone was ringing. I said, God damn, the man done Hollywood.
Look, I get so many calls, man, and if you, as long as you keep calling, I'll remember the number. But yours looked familiar, but I definitely remember the name, and I really appreciate you calling up, man. Obviously, you got something for me then.
Yeah, man, I was one of the ones back in the day, bro.
Yeah.
You remember when I called you about PVR back in the day? PVR.
Man, that's a really old ticker. What's it been doing? I haven't. Let me
Yeah,
see here. PVR.
I called you at 7. I said, Sal, this
Is it
stock was going
PVRS? I think it's PVRS.
No, you did the X, but I called in for PVR. I told you the stock was going to sit and wait at 10.5. You remember? I think it was episode 27 or 37 or something.
That was a while ago now. PBR, was this the The
The Brazilian oil company.
Okay, Brazilian oil play.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I remember at that time it was the Olympics, right? And everybody was looking at like Brazil
Yeah,
stocks and
yeah.
shit. Okay.
That time was when the Ford. You remember? I called you with the Ford, and you said the earnings look good. They might hit it
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
All of a sudden, fucking Ford took a 2-point hit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, hey, I called you about POT. POT. Yo, I think that potash company is.
Okay, POT, potash.
I think it's a $30 stock.
potash. You think this is a $30 stock? No, it looks like it's been very bearish
Yo,
these
just
last 3
the same
days.
way
What's
I
been
called-
going on with this one?
The same way I called PBR sitting at 10.5.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing I'm calling this one. I say in about 4 months or 3 months, that's about average, I say about 4 months, it's sitting at 30.
Okay. POT. Now,
What do you think?
okay, tell us why is it down right now? Why is it bearish? What's going on in the company that's caused it to lose almost $10 worth of value here?
Well, it's been trending down for a while. The earnings came out, I think, last night or earlier yesterday.
Yeah, I mean
It-
it's I mean only 3 days. 3 days it's lost just $3 in the last 3 days, but
Yeah, because of the earnings, but it's kind of settling now. It's just like X. U.S. Steel, it's exactly like U.S. Steel. It's doing the same kind of I don't know the term, company, whatever. I don't know, but it's kind of settling now, and it's gonna go back up. Yeah, I think.
okay, right at 1873 right now. You're saying go long here.
Super long. Yeah.
Let me see here. 1870. It is a previous support for it.
Yeah, I got money in the stock. The same way I got a lot of money in PBR. I got a lot of money in potash, but I also got a ton. You remember when I called you in on Wendy's and I said, Sal, Wendy's was at $6 or $8 or something like that. And I said, Sal, man, how come this good company, good name company is just so low?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but now it's $13. I bought it. I think at like $8 or something, but I held the shares. I only got 4,000 shares of it. At I think it was 8 something. I bought it for. But I think Wendy's has to sit at 18.
Yeah. Well, Wendy's at the time. I mean, with the Trump presidency, I would buy Wendy's all day. I mean, those kind of companies run on consumer confidence. If people are confident, they believe they got the extra dough, disposable income to eat out, they'll eat out. So people are confident about the economy. Stocks like McDonald's, Wendy's, Taco Bell, those kind of companies will go higher if people are confident that they have the money to buy those kind of
Do you
foods.
remember when we first talked, Sprint was like nothing. Sprint is $8. You remember MU was like $7. MU was $20-something.
Yeah.
I think potash should be the same thing, the same kind of run, bro.
Well, we'll definitely see. I mean, the 52-week high is 26.62. We're at $18 now. So, I mean, obviously, again, when I pull up the 1-year chart, it's lost a lot of value here. Since
But they're doing a merger. They're actually in talks with AGRIUM.
Uh-huh.
That's the company's name. They're supposed to be brought out. If the merger happens, it's supposed to be it's supposed to be something big.
Yeah, the breakout was 1901. It failed it the first time. It could look like it might retest. I do see where you're looking at it, it leveling out here. But it took all year to do that. It took pretty much all year. This is literally 1 year right here.
Exactly.
January to.
When I was buying I was looking at the like your earlier show when I was calling. And I heard you guys talking about X and U.S. Steel. When I was buying U.S. Steel at $4 a buck, until now, I didn't sell it because of course steel. I live in New York City, but
that's a smart investment. Yeah, I mean that's the. I
This
will
thing is
give it to you all
$100
day. I will give it to you all day. I will give you all day.
$100 stock. It's $100 stock anywhere in New York City. Any listener that lives here, let them go out in the morning. Every corner of New York has construction going on. Trump is destroying all of the old HUD homes, like the financial aid homes. They're destroying all the old buildings, putting up brand new skyscrapers. So steel is there, and keep in mind, steel goes back to one of the founding fathers.
I definitely get what you're saying. My thing is, I just want, what's the value proposition here? Why are we going to go back higher? Because I mean, when you're talking about these companies that are so established, they've got to have a value proposition. What is the value proposition for this one?
PHOT. They sell fertilizer. They sell food. The human population is growing every day, and if Trump pushes this whole buy local, buy America, buy this, buy that, then these American farmers have to produce their own product. Where are they going to get the fertilizer from? Not China or Guam or Mexico. They have to buy the fertilizer over here to grow their crops. You understand what I'm saying? The company has to grow.
I get what you're saying. Okay.
Because if he's all grow America, this and that, which I'm an importer of veg from the Dominican Republic. I'm a wholesale broker. That's my background.
And it looks like it has ran too since Donald Trump's election here. I do see November was a strong.
And it's going to continue because they sell nitrogen and basic fertilizers for plant production, for crop production. So if he's going to push local production, then this has to go up. It's just like any other commodity, U.S.-based commodity. I don't know how to say it, but something that's produced in America. If you're going to restrict a lot of imports coming in, then it has to be produced somewhere. If the American consumer is going to eat it, then it has to be grown here. And what they need, fertilizer. I think it's one of those things that are sleeping, just like the Chinese steel thing, where
90-day.
Yeah.
90-day chart. 90-day chart looks nice. It's a nice hold, and again, it's been, it's a Trump stock very clearly, as you can see here, has been doing very well since his presidency. Literally, the next day after he was elected, it took off. So, and it's maintained those prices, and it is going higher. It's got a nice little angle to it too as well. So, it does look like a stock to go long. It definitely does look like a stock to go long. So we'll be watching it, man. Appreciate it.
Sal, that boy that used to call in back in the day, that white boy that never gave any real answers. You used to ask him where he got his source or this and that. Like how does he justify it? He gave us a ticker symbol, ATRS, back in the day. He still calls in?
ATRX.
Your ATRS. Yo was a guy who used to call in back in the day, man. He was
when we get a lot of people calling up, man, and if the stock goes wrong, they never call back. I don't know what it is.
No, he was a stable dude, man. Because you used to talk to him all the time.
Treasure Hunter? I know Treasure Hunter.
Treasure Hunter, yeah.
Okay, but I think Treasure Hunter's Hispanic or black. I'm not sure, but.
Oh, but he sounded like a white dude the way he was talking. I don't know, because he never gave a clear answer.
Well, Treasure Hunter was a technical trader, and he would trade, stocks like this, and he wouldn't know what the company does, what it does, or anything like that.
Yeah, I just got to give him thanks because I made a ton of money from him, bro.
Yeah,
a ton of money.
Yeah,
because some of the stuff that he said,
knows absolutely what he's doing. Mm-hmm.
He's crazy on the phone. I never met him. I never said nothing to him, but I listened to what he said, and I was like, shit. I look at the chart, I look at everything. I said, you know what? There's a chance because I say I made over 50 grand with him, like his craziness, and he never gives away his secret. I was like, shit.
There it is.
I was about 50 grand at least from him because, as you can see, the stocks that I play is high end stocks, and I buy 4,000 to 5,000 shares a piece.
Yeah, this ATRS has been very, very good. This is another stock that's been very, very good, actually. Wow, the ATRS on a pullback here. Might want to see what this can do once it finds a bottom here. Not bad on ATRS.
The other one, Sal, is CX. That cement company in Mexico, CX. ticker symbol CX.
Okay.
Take a look at that. Yeah, I think that's another $15 stock, $18 stock. Depends on the situation. If they're gonna build a wall,
Nice.
yeah, I don't think Mexicans are gonna pay for it. If they do pay for it, it's gonna be a payment plan, and somebody got to produce the cement, just like the fertilizer with the food. You know, somebody got to give them the basic materials.
Yeah, I mean, when people say they're going to pay for it, they're thinking like Mexico is going to make like a payment, like like they used to do back in the 1700s, where countries were forced to pay, and it's not going to be like that. It'll be through maybe some kind of policy where Mexican companies have to pay a certain tax, or if it's even implemented, because it looks like you got a lot of Republicans within his own party who are looking to go to war with that. Because again, when you're talking about the Southeast, the South. West like that, you're talking about a lot of grow farms, which a lot of people who work down there, they're immigrants, and many of them come to the border back and forth. How is that going to work?
And a lot of people don't know. Me personally, I'm ex-military. I'm ex-Air Force, but a lot of people don't know the wall already exists. There is a physical wall already there that's built out of steel and wood. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't know that there's a physical wall there already. The wall that he's trying to build already exists. I think he's just trying to make a taller one. Okay. A lot of people don't know that there's already a physical wall between there. There's actually people breaching and going under and trying to go through it. But anyone that knows that area would know that there's already a wall there, but the general American public don't know that there is actually a water wall that stretches across from I don't want to say exact, but I would say about 70% there's already bordered already. Mm-hmm. But you can look it up, because again, I don't want to say exact because it's not my place to say, but there's already a wall there already. He's just trying to build a new one. Just like bridges and tunnels and buildings he's doing in New York and everything, out with the old and with the new, Right. But lack of general knowledge, people just don't know. There's actually a wall there already. You can look that up, Sal. You want to look it up.
No, I believe you. I already know. I saw a little thing on that there's a wall over there, but again,
But a real one, like a wall from a Great Wall of China, a real one.
Oh wow.
But I don't want to say, but a real one just like that. That the same thing. But anyway, I can't talk too much about that because, of course, it's not my position. I can only talk about stocks and stuff like that. Things that we talk about, but I think CX is a good company. I think POT is a good company. I think Wendy's is a good buy. And PBR
What's the ticker for Wendy's?
WEN.
Is it? Okay, there it is.
That was a $6 stock. I remember I called you. I was like, yo, Sal, I think this thing is $6. Man, how the fuck Wendy's going to be $6, man?
Yeah, Wendy's. Okay, Wendy's.
I choose Wendy's over McDonald's any day. How the hell Wendy's going to be
Wendy's
$6?
Does taste a lot better than McDonald's, personally.
Yeah, I choose it any time, especially the Asiago chicken ranch salad. That deal, So I was like, man, listen, this is a buy. I pumped $40,000 into it like it was nothing. I put $40,000 into it like it was nothing. I got a margin account, but I got a good account. A good bulk. I use E-Trade, so you use E-Trade too. They only do 4 4 to 1 or
4 to 1. Yeah.
One. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So imagine what's in my account. These big accounts.
Not bad, man. Yeah. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for these picks, bro.
All right, man.
And call back more often, man. Call back more often.
But I call you every 3-4 months because I like to prove my point, man. To show you that we're not here playing games, man. Yeah. So I'm a man of color. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for the call, man. Appreciate it. He said man of color.
All right, so.
All right, man. He said he's a man of color. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. WEN, POT, and CX. All right. I'll put it on the list, and so we know that on 128, on 127 we talked about it. WEN, POT, CX. And then I measure you said POT at $30, so I'm going to put $30 on there. All right. So we'll see what happened with that. ATRS, yeah, ATRS, yeah, he did mention ATRS too. Didn't necessarily say it was going to do anything, but, you know, it's got a beautiful chart here. I mean, this is a really, really nice looking chart. It's pulling back now, but I'm going to watch it just because that, you know, where this bottom here, once the selling is dried off, it could retest those highs, and that's not a bad high. All right, that's a cheap stock. We're at $1.90 right now. You know, you can afford a lot of shares there on this and retest those highs, and that'd be a nice profit on the $1 stock. All right, not bad. Somebody brought up MJNA, 16 cents a share. This is a stock I'm watching too. I thought you could get the breakout, but you know, tested and failed. 20 cents a share. So now it's, I honestly, I believe it's going to try again. You know, MJNA out of all the marijuana stocks probably has the most loyal following. By far the most loyal following. And that distinction used to go to hemp, HEMP, because at the beginning of the whole marijuana run, it was all about HEMP. That's pretty much dried up. But HEMP, you know, still doing its thing. But, you know, when you're talking about weed stocks right now, what's the go-to play? It's MJNA. MJNA. All right. So still safety. Still, it looks like you got a lot of support. You got a lot of support there at 16. Be very, very careful, though. I mean, this is the daily chart. You know, you dipped below the 4 and the 8 there for a little bit, but you found some support there at 15. Actually, yeah, 15.26. I would watch this next week. I'm going to put this on watch for next week, man, because it kind of looks a little scary now. You know, you were in the funnel, but you're in the lower end of the funnel. And I was following it, and you actually broke lower. So actually now, looking at the chart, I'd be a little scared now on MJNA. Not saying you're going to break lower, but you know, it's a possibility. And you've been bearish, but today was a sideways day, right? I mean, less than 1%. I mean, for OTC stock, that's pretty much, you know, no action. That's pretty much no action. Michael, you're saying WRAP is the new weed play? You think the money's moving to WRAP? Yeah, with these OTC stocks, you know, they have their own little fan clubs, but when you talk about marijuana and weed, the money seems to kind of move with whoever's hot, you know. So if one stock is, you know, got all the attention and the other ones suffer or drag behind the one that's leading the way. You know, that's why you had for a long time OWCP was running insane. You know, look at this, OWCP, you know, because the money tends to go to the winner and then everybody else is kind of sluggishly sliding behind. Right. So that OWCP too looks like it's setting up the same way, you know, on a slight pullback here. Obviously, OWCP is up really, really big for 2017. That's one we've been watching as well. But MJNA, I think you should be concerned a little bit on MJNA. So I think next week, especially the first 3 days of the week next week, you know, if you break 15, I think you're looking at, you know, a retest probably of oh God, the next support is 1351. 1351. Ah, crap, that's not the one I wanted. Like that. Let me see here, horizontal line, 1351, and that was even that was light. That was just the low of the, you know, of that moment in time. So that's not even, you know, so you're probably looking at true support as low as 11 cents a share. So again, be very, very careful with MJNA. You're going into kind of untested waters here. You're going to see what happens. It could bounce off the lower band, which is at 14 cents a share as well. But on this daily chart, you're below the 20-day moving average on the daily chart. And I'm looking at it on the daily. All right. Jorge agrees with me. Says extremely high risk. At this point, yes. At this point, yes. All right. 30-day chart. Yep. 30-day chart showing the same kind of support here. You were in the trend I was following. You broke through it. Both of the support levels I thought the stock would maintain. You broke through it. And now you're trying to get back up higher here. So we'll see. So you do have support here at 15. All right, you do actually have some support here at 15 on the 25th. How does that look on the 1 year again on the daily chart? So yeah, okay. So now we pull it out to the daily. You've got some levels of support here it could bounce off of, but I mean, obviously you don't want the stock to go down that low, right? So I would pay attention to it. I'll pay attention to it. All right. But I still think it's a good long, though. I still think it's a good long. But if you got a time horizon of the next week and a half, I think you got to be concerned. All right. You got to be concerned. But if you're talking about not doing anything in this stock for a couple months, yeah, I think you're still sitting pretty. All right. BIEI. Somebody said MJNA is trash. I mean, that's what they said about. I said about OWCP. And money is money. You know, we've seen. You know, we just pulled up a chart. Nobody cares about what some of these companies are doing in terms of their books. You know, nobody cares. You know, they're playing the technical signals, and if they're buying and they think they can make some money off it, then no, it is what it is. BIEI. Who brought this up? RVMJ. What do you like about BIEI? Premier Biomedical, medical research and biotech company. Very, very bearish these last several days in the stock. For the last 5 days, okay, 15 million shares traded. So you got decent volume, but it looks like it had ran up, and now you're losing volume and losing momentum here in the price. All right, so it looks like you're breaking down here on BIEI. I wouldn't touch that. You said, was this OJ and vodka? You're hilarious. No, it's this. I got one of those Herbalife people that sell me stuff from Herbalife, and they have this little capsule where it's like a lozenge. You put it in water and it dissolves, and it's like a little energy thing. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, I got me a little Herbalife rep. Yeah. Trying to get in shape for the summer. Let me see here. CBIS. Let's see here. God damn it. Hey, I forgot to take the damn CBIS. Let's look at CBIS here. 347, you're on the air.
Hey, Sal.
What's going on? Who am I speaking with?
Yeah, I just talked to you just now, Sal.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking it was Big Shaq. What's going on with you, man?
Nothing, bro. Hey, I got a question, man. I was thinking about doing one of those the school things, man, with Tim Sykes and stuff like that. I know that you guys are not together and stuff like that, but I wanted, I don't know how to say it, man, but
like a stock training program.
Yeah, I wanted to say, because I'm a long-term investor, like, I'm a buy and hold guy, I'm not a day trader, and I would love to day trade, like, 20 grand and try to make, like, $1,000 a day, and I just don't know how to do it, so I'm saying, do you know, or have you ever experienced with something, point me in the right direction for what I want to do?
Well, if you're looking to attend something like that, I have attended a training through Online Trading Academy. Now, Online Trading Academy, they're all over the country. They're based out of California. They have a place here in my state. But the problem is that they recently raised their rates. They have it's like a 3-day thing. So the first day is free, is where they teach you the basics of trading and whatnot. And it's a day trader income course. That's actually what it's called, the day traders income course. And the first 2 days, they really break it down in terms of the first day is like your broker to use, how to trade, your setup, all that stuff. Second day is what kind of stocks you want to look at, what pertinent information you need to start the day, whatnot. And I believe the total course is like $7,500. So it's not,
Okay.
but you got money. I mean, you said you got money.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
So it's
Of
not
course,
a
yeah,
big
yeah.
deal. So the first day is free. The second part, which is part 2, is 2 days. Yeah, it's 2 days. That's like $2,000. And then the 5 days, the third part 3 is 5 days, and that's $5,000. So I believe it's 7,000. Yeah, it's 7,000 now. But it's
Have you ever done any day trading?
Yeah, I mean that's during the day all I do is short.
Oh, okay. So, which is better? What I do, the buy and hold. If it goes down, I re-up and I add on and just hope it goes back up. Or
Yeah, I mean
the day trading is better.
buy and hold is definitely worth it. I mean, it's a great way to make a lot of money. Buy and hold requires you though to buy more expensive stocks.
And unlimited capital, because some fucking man, Sal, sometimes I get beat so fucking bad. Like, I think this motherfucker is gonna be good, and then all of a sudden it drops, and I'm like, shit, I need another $10,000 to pump inside, and then bring down my average. But like, what I'm trying to do is like day trade $20,000. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, yeah, you would definitely. I mean, definitely do some training into that, man. I mean, what state do you live in?
I'm from Miami, man. I don't even think you remember me, man, because I used to live in Homestead in Miami, man. And I used to call you from out there, and you always used to say, why you used to call me with the New York number? But I'm originally from New York.
But you live in Miami right now?
No, I moved to Miami, and I moved back to New York because I used to work with a company, and,
okay. But you're in New York right now?
Yeah, in Queens, New York.
In New York, there's so many little trading dojos. There's so many little camps out there in New York. I mean, there are tons of opportunities for you to learn how to go trade
man,
over
it's a setup, man. All these guys over here is a setup, man. You give them $2,000, this and that. They give you a book. You go home, you read the book. Next thing, you got to throw the book in the garbage.
Yeah. You just have to find a guy that's legit. But there are tons of guys out there who train and you can find a good mentor out there who'll be more than happy to. I mean, you can go to the New York Craigslist, and there are guys teaching people
man, don't
how
say
to trade.
fucking Craigslist.
Well,
Don't say New York and Craigslist together.
I'm just using
crazy.
that as an example. You know what I'm talking about.
Man, you out of it. How you gonna say New York and Craigslist together?
You know what I'm talking about, but
no, but I'm saying which is better, because how I do it is like 1,000 shares. Your every 10 points is $100. Mm-hmm. Which for you is a better investment? The buy and hold, somewhat stability, or like jump in at like 0.26 and jump out at 0.36 and put
think
the money in the bank.
I personally, just because I'm not starting out with what Warren Buffett started out with, I prefer shorting because.
Everything goes down.
I prefer day trading, right? Because the time horizon requires, a lot amount of patience. It requires you to, again, buy more expensive stocks because you don't want the volatility as you go long, right? You're not looking for the same volatility.
That's why I'm always picking American stable companies.
Right, stable companies. So you got to think long. You got to have something else going on. So I'm guessing you probably got to, like you said, you were working with a job and you got some other things.
Yeah, produce company.
Right. So I'm looking to trade for income. Because I want to be able to, do this full time, have it be on my attention. So I like the volatility. I like stocks that are moving, setting new highs and lows every single day. I prefer stocks that are dirt cheap, preferably under $5 a share, because I can purchase a significant quantity and the percentage moves hopefully work in my favor, and that generates me the returns I need to keep doing what I'm doing.
But what happens when you purchase that significant amount of shares and it hits the pan?
Well, then it hits the pan. I mean, you trade like a samurai. You accept the wins with the losses. I mean, you accept death just as you accept your victory. I mean, it is what it is.
But how often? The reason I'm asking, because it sounds like you're a professional day trader. I'm not saying professional like certified, but I'm saying you know what you're doing. How often do you bail out? Do you say 10 points, 3 points, 2 points, and say, fuck it, I'm done?
Yeah. I mean, if the trade is going against me, and I know it's going against me, like, okay, this is not supposed to be doing. Yeah, I take my losses, and it is what it is.
But how much points before you? Because it doesn't matter what company you're dealing with.
It depends on the trade. I mean, it depends on the trade because sometimes, it could be as little as 4%, could be as 5%. Sometimes when I feel like,
but it's not a double digit. It's always a single digit.
No. I would never take a double digit loss. Then no, I would never be 10% in the hole. Because then no, that's then you're talking about.
Do you average down?
No, I don't believe in averaging down because I think if it's going against you, it's going against you. Just take the your commission and whatever profit you have up. I would never add to a losing position. Because you don't know how far.
I always average down. I don't know why.
Well, some people believe in averaging down because they believe they're you're getting in more expensive, right? But lower at a lower price. So as it works back in your favor, you ends up being more for you. But I don't know. I don't like adding to a losing position because if it keeps going, then I just keep averaging down. Do I just keep putting more and more money at risk? I would just take.
You sound just like my wife.
Right.
My wife told me, if you're losing already, just keep looking at it, but find something that makes you money, and instead of putting 5,000 into something that's losing, put 5,000 into something winning. Whatever you lost, the other one makes it back.
Keep it moving, man. Just take your $9.99 and keep it moving.
Yeah, that's it. But me, I'm more of an average down guy because because you're in this business, the shares matter, and a dollar. To move a dollar is like, it's like $5,000, $10,000. You might have to sit and wait, but I don't think the day traders make that kind of. I don't know. How much does a day trader with a $20,000 account make on average?
I wouldn't.
There's only 20 days.
That depends on again the size of their positions and what they're, how they're trading. I mean, it all depends. I mean, my goal is $300 a day. If you do the math, $300 a day, you're looking at about just under $100,000 a year on the trading day, and I'm looking to increase that hopefully every single year. So $300 this year, $500 next year,
$300 it's shit, bro. I'm not saying.
Well, you're not. Hold on. Hold on, man. Hold on. Because you're being a little disrespectful now. Because $300 is the goal, but if I'm over that, then I take it just as I would take. If you gave me $1,000, but $300 is what I want for the day. That's like my minimum. You see what I'm saying? I need to make that.
What I'm saying now. I'm sorry for being disrespectful because I would never do it to you because people. But what I'm saying is the here now it's $14 an hour. The average salary at 40 hours a week. Because keep in mind, you got to give up a real job to become a fucking stock trader, bro. So if you're not performing the same way as a real job, why are you calling yourself a stock trader? Because you're supposed to be making more than a normal person. So if you're not clearing like let me see, 40 times 14 without taxes, because here in New York now it's $14 an hour. So $560. Let's say you're divided by 3 days because with the margin account on a 20 you could only do 3 days a week or something like that, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I think you misread me. I have a minimum. I have a minimum that I want to make every single day because I know what my minimum is and what's going to end me at the end of the year, right? Now, this doesn't include the other things I make money, affiliate marketing, other marketing I do.
You could do whatever you want to do, but
I'm saying my minimum, what I want to end with the end of the day, is that I want to be at least up 300 plus. I'm well above that.
How much? Okay, great. $300. Okay, everybody could go to the casino and walk away with $300. But how much are you putting out to make the $300?
Well, sometimes it's less than $3,500. I mean, sometimes it's less than.
No.
Yo,
I'm
gotta
saying,
understand, dude. I trade
because I'm putting out like 30, 40 grand.
No. Listen. We're talking about penny stocks here, dude. A $3,000 bet. You move up 20-30%. That's my profit. I've made enough for the day. So this is something that can happen every single day. Oh yes, man. You got to understand. That's why when you play with these more expensive stocks, it requires you to put up so much money. And again, that's why you need to put up $40,000 to make, to make,
More money.
$6,000. I don't need to put up that much money. I can put
Right,
up
right.
$3,000. My stock goes up 30%. I'm walking away with, $600-700 on that one stock, and that's one. That's my first trade for the day. So,
But what happens if you're late on the
as much
pump?
money as you do.
But what happens if you late on the pump now? Before you figure out, like, look, I'm gonna tell you, I bought a stock called CAPC, CAPC, CAPC.
Okay.
I bought 100,000 share of this stock. Me and my wife is 2 years, so 3 years ago, I bought CAPC. I think it was like 10 pennies or 3 pennies or something like that. Before I became a real trader, the company was Capstone something, man. It was some fucking light company.
Mm-hmm.
And now this stock is like 50 cents, and I had like 100,000 or 200,000 shares, and I bailed out when this company was like before it even hit 30 cents.
Yeah.
What happens if you put that kind of money and you dump?
I mean, I wouldn't put. I mean, again, I wouldn't put that kind of money in a stock like this. Again, when we're talking about stocks under $1, stocks under a penny, you don't need an initial, investment of several $1,000s. A small investment of, 250, 300, 400, 500, maybe even 1,000, which is a lot, but I wouldn't even put that much in. But the percentage moves. That's where you get your returns from. That's what makes it worth it, because a stock from 1 penny to 3 pennies, that's 300%. That $500 turns into $1,500. So
Right,
and this is something that you can generate over the course of 1 day, 2 days, three days. So and that's just one stock. Imagine if you've got 15, 20 in your account. So again, you've got to really open your mind to the possibilities in penny stocks. Well, I don't want to stay too much on it because I got to get back to these to these stocks. But yeah,
Right,
man,
right.
change the way you look at penny plays, man, because you don't need to be putting 40, 50 grand into an account. By all means, you're blessed at the fact that you can do it, but I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. Appreciate the call, man.
Okay.
All right, appreciate the call. I feel like he was wasting my time now. All right. Again, no disrespect to you, man. I appreciate it, but I got to keep it moving, man. But you got some people. He's telling me he's putting 40,000 in a trade, and he ain't never showed me a trade yet. Ain't never showed me a trade yet. 541, what's up?
What's going on, Sal? This is Ryan Gitchett right
Hey,
here.
Ryan Gitchett, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, just got me a bottle of Juice, man. Drinking me a bottle of Juice. Shout out to Mr. Lloyd. Shout out to Bad Scientist, man. I love that guy.
Yes, indeed, man. Bad Science is the dude.
But I want to tell you guys about holding stock. Back in 2005, I took $980, my graduation money, and I bought Facebook. And I sold it in 2014, 2015. You know what I'm saying? I have paperwork, sir. You know what I'm saying? I didn't become a millionaire overnight. That was holding work.
That's a great trade since
It works,
2013,
right?
man. That's a great
You know?
trade.
Look at this. Check this out. Half of the stocks that is on Sal's show from right now, in 4 years, you can be a millionaire. If you put $100 to $500 into one of these stocks, in 4 years, the people who are crying out, "Oh, my president didn't do nothing for me," the person who invested in himself will become a millionaire. This doesn't happen overnight. Some people just count on luck.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Some people get it out the mud. Yeah, you put $100 in the stock. Hold on, my brother. Hold on for 6 months. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can go buy you some Jordans for $250. You can go buy you a polo shirt for $100 to look good for what? A girl that ain't gonna never fuck you in the club. You know what I'm saying? Invest in your future. You understand? Invest in your future, man. Like I said, bro, it's Friday. I got a bottle of Douce, free text on.
There it is, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call. Ryan Gets It.
All right, my man, appreciate it.
And he's over there sipping on something good. Shout out to Ryan Gets It, the money maker. Let me drop a bomb for this dude, man. Appreciate it. Actually, let me drop some cash money because that's what he's getting. 312, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Who am I speaking with?
My name is Martez.
All right, what's going on, Martez?
From Chicago. I just came aware of you. I was listening to the Sinetta TV, and you called in.
Yeah.
And and I got your information, and it was I was very interested. One of my I'm obviously a black dude, and one of my like growing up, going through the public school system, you don't have a lot of black teachers.
Yeah.
And one of the few, I only had 2 black male teachers, and the one teacher in middle school, his name was Mr. Jackson, and his biggest thing, he talked about penny stocks, and he was just big on he had some guys in college, and he was friends with them, and they was doing good, and they had a good thing with penny stocks. And then it was cool because he talked about at the end of the day, the last time he seen them, they was doing bad with the penny stocks. It just showed the ups and downs, but that's just something that a lot of minorities don't talk about. And so it's just listening, like going through that, and then like going through life, and then listening to Sinetta and coming back to you again. It's something I'm very, very interested again. And like I'm just trying to get my initial costs in. Just like I'm very vanilla. Like I know a lot about stocks. I'm fairly intelligent, but it's just I don't know what is the initial cost to get into. Like do I need to set aside $500 to then get a membership to a broker website? I heard you talk about getting a broker and make sure you get a licensed broker and all that stuff. How do you get started from somebody that's very vanilla, very interested? What are the initial costs?
Sure. I mean, well, obviously, your initial amount of money you're willing to lose should be decided. So a lot of people say, how much do I need to trade? I'd say find out, especially if you haven't done it in a long time, how much do you want to lose, right? Because we got to go in with the mentality that we can lose it all. So are you willing to lose, $1,000? Are you willing to lose? Go ahead.
Or not even that. Like, just what is the initial cost to just getting set up? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm willing.
It's free. I mean, one of the best brokers out there right now is TD Ameritrade. TD Ameritrade's got a mobile app. You can use it also on your computer. You can open up a TD Ameritrade account in 5 minutes and be ready and set to go. I believe TD Ameritrade actually comes with a debit card too, right, guys? I think. I'm not sure if they still do that or not, but so you have access to your money at any time. But TD Ameritrade, free to set up, free to start, as long as you got a social security account. Social security number. Sign up. You know what I mean? You'll get approved, and you'll be off and running. You just ready to make your deposit. That's all they're going to ask for. But it's free. Oh yeah, Robinhood as well. Robinhood is a mobile app which allows you to trade for free, commission free. So Robinhood is an app you can get on your iPhone or Android phone as well.
Okay, and one last thing, I know because I've been going through your, I subscribed to your channel. That's how I knew you were live and everything. So I know this is going to be recorded. So will this be in like another episode that I can refer to at a later date?
Oh,
you know
yeah,
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. All my episodes are recorded. So at the end of the night, it processes it for a little bit, but 30 minutes after the show, it's back online.
That's what's up. Yeah, because it was because I actually had my notepad out. Like it was just I just got home and I saw you talking, and it's just because like I said, I'm vanilla, so you got your chart up. And there's a lot of stuff that I don't understand right now, but I know I will later.
Right.
And then like in one of your videos, you said you got to study, you got to come back to stuff, you got to redo stuff. So it's something it's a lot of stuff. You're just talking about the one stock the other 5 minutes ago. It wasn't doing well, but I know I don't understand it now, but I can watch this 2 months from now, and I will understand it.
Yes, you
so
will.
Yeah,
it's I mean, that's one thing I'm so proud of, because anybody who watches this show for a period of time will tell you by far and away that they are a better trader after they started watching this show than many other things that they participated in, because we are a community of traders, of like-minded traders who trade many of the similar things, and we all bring our different knowledge and perspectives to the show, and that's why I do the call-in, man. I have so many guys out here who are way more intelligent than me, got more money than me, and they all bring up and their knowledge, and we all get better because of it. So yeah, appreciate it, man. Definitely keep watching. I have no doubt that you're going to be a lot better, a month or 2 months from now. No doubt about it.
Okay, I just got two last questions. What was the two apps you said? Because I'm going to get them on I have an Android device. So you said TD Ameritrade?
Yeah, TD Ameritrade
and the other one was Robinhood?
Robinhood as well. Yes.
Robinhood. And how often do you do this show? Do you do it every month a week?
I do the show Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays from 8:30 Eastern Standard Time to about 10:30, sometimes 11. Today's a Friday show. Friday shows, we go pretty late. We go pretty hard on Friday, so we'll be up, pretty late tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got one last question, because I heard you talking to the guy about it depends what state you're in. I'm in Chicago, and like sometimes I work downtown, and I actually want to get involved in the financial sector, like trying to, is this a good place? I take it is a good place to be involved. Is this the best place to get involved? Penny stocks? Is it a lot of penny stock things going on in Chicago?
The easiest way to break into finance in general, is to be a broker. So, you can go through a lot of, offices like E-Trade or Scottrade offices. What's this? Not Morgan Stanley. Gosh, I forgot what these other brokers are now. But to be a broker, so they'll go ahead and help you get a Series 7. They'll pay for it. And you'd have to go out and practically be someone who pitches mutual funds and ETFs to clients. So that is pretty much the easiest way to break into finance. But the only thing is, it is, a certain amount of sales that's involved. So if you're interested in doing that, that's probably the easiest way to break into finance. And from there, if you become successful, you can eventually, branch into institutional banking, private wealth management, where you're working with clients with even more money. You can, of course, go into like municipal bond trading, or working with individuals, private wealth clients who like to buy those kind of expensive investments. But the easiest way by far is becoming a stockbroker. Now it's kind of a dying art, and the people who still have a broker are particularly individuals who are very highly astute when it comes to finance. They're very wealthy people, so they're going to require you to be somebody who is really up on game when it comes to how to make them more money. So, and the people who aren't on your level, they don't have the money that you need to work with to begin with. So, I would just, if you're looking to break into finance, that probably pretty much would be the only way, unless you probably go into, working at a bank branch and then trying to figure your way into, the institutional side. But I think possibly bring a stockbroker is the easiest way.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thanks for the call. All right. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah. Just it's a Friday show, so people throw out tickers or ask questions. It's Friday, And if you guys have better answers to some of these questions, don't hesitate to call up either. 920, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Sal? This is Jay Bino again. Just had a quick question. How you were speaking on that making $300 a day.
Yeah.
Back to that future world stock that I was talking about earlier, that I guess normally gains 100%.
Mm-hmm.
So if you put, how easy do you think would it be to put 500 into that stock and make a profit of 470 on a daily basis just off of that one stock, since it goes 100% on a daily?
Well, that's the thing. Do you think it is going to continue to do that? Future, what was the ticker? It was like FWBG or something like that?
Yeah, FWGB.
GB, there we go. FWGB. No, I think it was something else.
I know it's off. Give me a second.
Let me see here.
FWDG.
Okay, FWDG. All right. Let me see here. So yeah, okay. So this is a 0002, 0001. It kind of goes back and forth. So it's kind of in a funnel right now where it has to break out. I mean, again, this is kind of one of those stocks where, yeah, I mean, if you put in, you know, $200, $300 and you're willing to be patient enough, yeah, I mean, again, to double your money, all you have to go is to 0004. Now, the only problem we have with that is we don't know when that the stock will have enough, you know, people buying and holding the stock for it to go higher. That's the problem with right now is obviously it's not moving because we have too many shares on the market and those shares haven't been bought, and the individuals who have the shares currently are not sitting on them long enough for the stock to move. In order for stocks to move, you have to have, you know, buyers who are willing to hold it and accumulate more, and individuals, because you're going to have those people who are going to create the market, the buying and selling, but you got to have more people willing to hold it than sell it, right? So right now it's at 0002. You know, it's got to get some movement. It's got to get some movement before we can even talk about how much money we can make on something like this. Obviously, you know, if you can get in at 0001 and you can find a buyer or two and keep doing that, by all means, you know, have at it. You know, but it doesn't look like. Let me see here. How many dollars are being traded in a daily? Do you know, or?
No, I'm not sure at all. Like I said earlier, I've probably been doing this for like a week now, and yeah, I was just, you know, curious on that one in particular. With it going 100%, you know, I figured that it does that. It's been doing that every day, basically for a while now.
Yeah.
So I figured if you can't get in at that one and sell at the two on a daily basis, with $500, that's a $400 profit just off of that one stock, if you're able to do it.
Yeah, if it's able to do it, exactly. That's the thing is you're going to have a seller at 0001, and you're going to have a buyer at 0002. And you know, I'm not saying you can't do that. That's an interesting strategy, but I would rather, you know, love to buy it at 0001 and then have it go to 0003. That's 300%. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, exactly.
You know, but again, you got to have individual. You need more. You know, you need more volume in this stock. You know, but it can turn into a USMJ. You know, USMJ was a stock very, very similar to your situation where it was stuck in 0001, 0002, and eventually broke out. So that's exactly what needs to happen here. And USMJ actually gained today 12% to 0009. So imagine being, you know, a guy who was in there at 0001 and now you're at 0009. That's a solid return for somebody. Starting with just a couple of dollars.
I was trying to get a couple shares earlier today. I had put in an order for the 0001, and the order never went through. Yeah. So you know, I was that's why I was kind of concerned on how easy it is to get in and get out, or is it even possible to get in at that 0001?
Yeah, you can always put it in an order, but you know, again, if you don't have a seller willing to sell at 0001, and again, you got to remember that, you know, when we talking about stocks this cheap, you're putting in limit orders, and nobody wants to give the farm away, so you know, nobody wants to sell at bottom, you know, unless this was a stock that, you know, wasn't doing anything at all, and you know, that person had been holding, was a bag holder probably at a higher price, so they just want anything for it. They probably would put it at 0001, but you know, they're expecting a move in the stock, and if they're willing to sell, they're not going to sell it at bottom. So you might have to buy it at you know, a step higher just to get filled, right? Yeah. But you're hoping that you know, the stock will break out and move higher like you know, USMJ did.
Okay, definitely. Yeah, because I was trying to touch base on that $300 a day, because that's not bad at all. I don't mind $300 a day, or go up $300 a day.
For a minimum, that's fine. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
And I'm talking from a guy who, you know, again, college degree, didn't have no job, not fine. That's fine with me. I'm going to get to the level where I want to do 5, 10, 15,000 a day, but I need a place to start at, and that's a good place to start. And anything above that is fine. Everything above that is fine. But when we're trading about penny stocks and getting $300 a day out of these double zeros and triple zeros and
that's beautiful.
$3 and $4 stocks, dude, I'm happy with that, bro. Right now, if I can get that every single day, I'm good.
Oh yeah, that's no problem at all. I'm not gonna hold you up that much longer. I just want to know if you could, whenever you get a chance, can you talk about BAYP, another triple O stock we was talking about yesterday? Whenever you get a chance.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the call, man.
All right, no problem, sir. Appreciate it.
All right. So yeah, BAYP. You know, this is another stock that we're hoping can break out of its range too. I think it can do something. This is a great place to buy it at. I'm not expecting it to do anything anytime soon. You know, if it does, then great. We make a lot of money on it. But I did take a position in BAYP, and if something happens, then I profit, and you know, we'll see how high it'll go. But again, it's one of those stocks that's in a sweet spot, and it's not doing much. A small little position can turn into a very, very nice, you know, bowl of profit for you if it starts moving. So it just has to start moving. It's in compliance. It is filing all of its paperwork. Shout out to the guy who brought it up. It's an OTC pink stock. If we start getting some volume, which we have been getting, right? As you can see here, we have been getting some renewed interest in BYAP in comparison to months ahead of, you know. But so we'll see what happens with it. I'm very excited about possibly the future in BYAP. As we see here, we're sitting above the 20-day moving average in the stock in a one-day chart. So hopefully we see this, you know, break out of that. I believe it could be coming in the next coming days or a week or two in BYAP. But it's a nice way to play, you know, play the position here. All right. Bad Scientist, what's up? You're back on the air, man.
Hey, Sal. Yeah, I just wanted to address the previous caller, 347. I'm talking about when you came in and suggested $300 a day.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to say I totally agree with you. I think the caller's a bit unrealistic in his expectations.
Mm-hmm.
What I want people to understand on this show is when you're initially starting off, so if you may, just humor me, Sal, pretend you're a new person asking me about trading.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just role play for a couple of minutes, and I'll show you what I mean. So pretend, be the worst, like, new trader that's out there, and ask me whatever question you want about starting to trade.
All right. How about, what's the worst question a newbie can ask? Jeez, man, it's been a long time. How do you even think like a newbie anymore? What's the worst question a newbie can ask about? Okay, how about...
Well, let's just pretend you're starting to trade, so ask me all the questions that you normally
all right.
ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What broker should I use?
That depends on what you actually want to be, what type of trader you want to be,
Mm-hmm.
how much are you willing to pay in fees. Do you want to pay fees or do you not want to pay fees? Are you a beginner, in this case, which you're a beginner? How much do you have to start off with, which might actually be a question, you know, coming from the person asking you. But okay, let's carry on. Ask me more questions.
All right. So all right. So, all right. Well, I mean, what kind of stocks? Like, tell me how to find some penny stocks. How do I find some penny stocks?
Okay. The first thing I want to know is what are your financial goals? So let's say, for instance, we start with $1,000 today. How much are you prepared? How much do you want to grow that?
Okay, so
say
I
in a
only
day
have
or a week or a
$150.
month?
I only have $150. What stock can I get into right now that I can make like $5,000 on that right now?
At $150 as a beginner, which you should be doing anyway, is I would. Do you have a full-time job? Are you making money elsewhere?
Yeah, I have a job right now, and I'm just trying to make some. I'm trying to get rich with these penny stocks.
Okay.
What kind of stocks can you give me so I can get rich?
150 is a bit low to start off with. What I would suggest is continue working at your job, save money as you go along. In the meantime, here are some resources you can look at to start understanding how the market works. I would not recommend you start at $150 and just jump in the market. Clearly, you're a beginner. Here are some introductory reading materials that you can start off with. But for the time being, I'd strongly recommend you go and discover yourself, your personality, what type of person are you, what are your financial goals. Come back to me with a plan. Do you want to be a day trader? Do you want to be a swing trader? Day to day. So far, what you've given me, there's no specifics, and so without knowing that, I can't help you at this stage. You've got to do some homework, find out, what type of a trader you want to be, whether you want to be buying and selling in the same day, or whether you want to hold onto that stock for a few days.
So one of my friends says that stock SGBY is the hot stock right now. They said they're making a lot of money on it. If I get into that stock, will I be making a lot of money right now? Can I make a lot of money on that stock?
You can make a lot of money as much as you can lose a lot of money. That's why I keep insisting that you get educated. Come to a show called The Small Cap Millionaire, where all people of different levels discuss how to make money, the best strategies moving forward for beginners. We've got another site, Discord, that's got all kinds of traders as well. What you need to do is surround yourself with a community of people that have the same goal as you. But I strongly recommend you don't just jump in. Once you go back and tell me what type of a trader you want to be, what are your financial goals in a day, in a week, in a month, or in a year, it doesn't matter. Once you come back to me with that, we will see whether those goals are realistic or not.
All right.
So, and the people, I had a conversation with Three Hooks where we were kind of like asking each other what our financial goals was, and I was very happy with his financial goals because he came to me saying that he wants to make 10%. Yeah. People who say, I want to make 50% a day, even 30% is really unreasonable, because look at the best traders. If you really want to know what works or not, look at what the best traders are coming in with. Yeah. People like Tim Sykes or Ross Cameron, these guys aren't making 30% a day. If they were making that, they would have tens of millions of dollars.
I'm pulling up Michael Good's Profitly, and I'm seeing he's taking like $87 profits, 97, 120, 134. I'm seeing those guys take those kind of profits. I'm looking through Tim's stuff. He's taking 400 here, 500 here. He'll have like a $1,400 day, and then maybe you have a 3, and then a 2, and then you know what I'm saying.
And someone said in your group, it's in the group chat, it's all about compounding, and this is what people
That's where
need
the
to
money
realize.
is, man. And as long as we continue to do this, and we compounding, growing the account so you can take bigger positions in the future. So yes, that $300 can become $1,500, $2,700, $3,700 a day. You know what I'm saying? Of course.
So if anyone asks any of us how to make money, first establish whether they know what even day trading or swing trading is, or just forget about asking them what type of trading. Ask them, what are your financial goals? Right now, let's say you start with $1,000. What do you want to, how do you want to grow that $1,000? And if they give you something that's ridiculous, you know that they have to go back to the drawing board, because someone who's mature will even ask you the right questions, and they'll say, okay, this is where I am with the trade, with making money. I'm at this level. Yeah. This is what I don't understand. Yeah. And then you can build on that.
Yeah, and also what Abe Brantley just said in the chat room, you're not going to win every day. Some days you're going to get a red day. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get negative $400. Exactly. You're going to have $1,500 lost days. That happens, man, and it sucks.
Yeah, and I'm sure most of you, I can almost guarantee most of you in the chat room are making more money than I am at trading. I've spent a lot of time studying the market and working on different strategies. I think I'm now at a point where I can put everything to the test. I officially started, this week on Wednesday with it, but you really have to, and Tim Sykes says this a lot, all of the big traders, you've got to read, you've got to be passionate about what you're doing.
Yeah.
I spend, when I'm not working in the lab like I'm here this week, I spend hours a day reading different things, trying to polish my skills.
Oh, yeah.
And this is not information that's I'm just pulling out of my ass. It's me working at things, looking at different stocks, looking at different setups, saying I'm not comfortable with this setup, let me try this. So as of now, I'm more of a long player. I've shorted a couple of times, but I would say it's taken, actually, I have to thank Mr. Lloyd, because it's taken him calling and kind of challenging me for me to actually summarize what type of a trader I am.
Yeah.
And I spent this whole week looking at how I analyze a trade, and I can say right now that if someone says to me what type of a trader I am, I can tell them specifically what I do and what plays I play. So shout out to Mr. Lloyd. He's actually helped me concretize what I need to do to, because you guys, I talk about VWAP a lot, and the guy who I learned VWAP from, a guy that I follow on Twitter. I know the show Chat with Traders.
Yeah, Chat with Traders.
Yeah, so Aaron Fifield interviewed the guy Zach Horowitz, and he's the VWAP guy. I listened to him, and I would strongly recommend you guys listen to Chat with Traders, because each time a new person comes on the show, they walk you through everything that they went through, the mistakes they made, the successes they made. And, apart from finding a mentor, which I do believe you need a mentor unless you're stubborn like me and want to learn things for yourself.
Yeah.
You can always, for Sal, you are honestly like a mentor for all of us.
Oh,
this
man,
show,
don't make me
this
blush.
show is a mentor. No, I'm serious. You and your show and the people on it, each and every one of us are mentors.
Yeah.
And I find I'm always selling you, like when someone tweets me, asks about, something, and I'm like, we're on this show. Just the other day, my brother was asking how it's going, and I said, your show has helped me focus on making me a better trader, because when we all start as traders, we're all over the board. We try to use too many techniques. I really, really hope that each and every one of us find what's good for you. Yeah. When you're interviewing for a job, human resources always recommends you have what's called an elevator speech. So if someone says, Sal, what do you do? In a couple of paragraphs, or even just speaking for 2 minutes, that person should know exactly who you are and what you do. If you can't give someone a straight answer that's not confused, because, on that show, Chat with Traders, the VWAP guy was saying, have an elevator speech, because no one wants to hear all kinds of confusion. If someone says, Bats, what do you do? What's your specialty? I can say, I trade intraday and day-to-day low RSI stocks, so stocks that are at their bottom, and I look for breakouts on the upper Bollinger Bands of these stocks. And from that, you know clearly what you do,
right.
And so there's no confusion. You don't even confuse yourself. And what I would recommend to everyone is find something that works for you and trade the shit out of it, whether it's paper trading, whether it's you just put in $100 just to test something out, but work on it. And that's what I've been doing, for since even before on your show for the past year and a half, is finding things that suit me. I listen to different people, read a couple of things and say, this suits me, this doesn't. And I try put that all together into something that makes sense for me. So I would strongly recommend for every trader, everyone in this group, if someone says to you, Sal, what do you do? If someone says, Trading Jedi, what do you do? Craig G, what do you do?
Yeah.
You should have one sentence that encapsulates exactly how you trade and what you do in those trades. Because that way, if you know what you specialize in, you'll even be more organized when it comes to tackling your trades every day or every other day.
There it is, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Bad Scientist.
Sure, Sal. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody had mentioned in the chat room they wanted me to ask questions like a woman. You do wanted me to act gay on my own damn live stream. Shit. Y'all hilarious. Shout out again to Bad Scientist, man. You know, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the call, man. Good gamer there. Shout out to him on the live stream. All right. Yeah, somebody asked me what you know, low priced, overextended stocks, you know, that are, you know, violating trading behavior. All right, unjustified trading behavior. I'm looking for stocks that are overextended. You know, stocks that are ran off, that are sure enough to come right back down. You know, ESES. You know, this is a stock I'm looking to hopefully, you know, crack next week. It's a lot of meat on that bone. A lot of meat on that bone. You can buy $1.32. You got to put up $2.50, but at the end of the day, man, that's a good return if it cracks lower, which I'm hoping it does. We'll see. A lot of other stocks like that too. PULM. 702. You're on the air.
What's going on, Sal?
Hey, what's going on? Is this David?
Yes. Can you hear me all right?
Yes. Come a little bit closer to the phone if you can.
All right. Is that better?
There it is. Yes, indeed.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to yell in your ear. So I've got two things. I got one stock I want you to take a look at.
Okay.
I looked at about 65 charts today, and this was the only one that really stood out. It's PMPG.
Right.
And then
Premier Products Group. What do you like about this? Nice move today. 42% on the chart.
What I liked is let me. I'm going to pull it up real quick. Getting above those simple day moving averages. That's what I liked about most about it, is that you're now above the 30, 10, and 20.
Yeah.
And it was all buying pressure coming in.
Yeah, I see that here on the daily chart. You are above the 4, 8, 10, and 20. Sitting
then
just above the 20.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that if Monday, if that continues, you're going to have a breakout like you did back here on towards the end of December. Because it's the same rhythm coming in here, the same exact candle. If you look back at on December 30th, identical. And look at what happened right after that.
1.8 million shares traded today. Let me see here. What does this company do? Let me see. Premier, PMPG. And David, was this one of those that came out of you guys' forums?
I don't know if this was in the contest or what.
Okay.
One of them. I can't remember. I know that I looked at it. The last time I looked at it, the first time, was on the 22nd. I'm not exactly sure who brought this one up, but it was the only one that really caught my eye today. I don't know if it's just, not too quick of a day today or what the case might be, but this one right here, I really liked it. There wasn't too many other ones. One other thing that I did want to bring up was I got a message on YouTube from somebody, and it says, SEC warning halts these marijuana stocks. The 5 companies included is FSPM, CBGI, PHOTCE, CANN, and PTOG.
And that the SEC had just halted those?
No, they put a warning that they're going to halt them. It says the SEC said 2 of the suspensions involve potentially illegal activity, including unlawful sales of securities and market manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
So keep an eye out there for those 5. I mean, if they're warning that it might be halted, you guys really might want to be careful.
All right.
So,
so David, if you can, give me those tickers one more time, just a little bit slowly, so everybody can hear.
Yeah, I'll put it in here real quick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you put it in the chat room, I appreciate it.
Yeah, those are the 5 right there with the warnings. I'm just letting you guys know, because if you guys get caught in that, you know what I mean? And
man, it could be months before you get your money back.
Yeah, if that, because you know what happens when it opens, right, it tanks.
Yeah. All right, so David just put out the guys over at Investors Hangout. Those are the tickers right there in the chat room that have been put out for a hold list. So if you got some money in those, I know we brought up CAN and PHOT on this show right off the bat. You might want to get your money out on Monday ASAP. That those could be possibly being, halted in the next coming days. With that being said, that probably means that they're going to, people are going to dump these shares. And where are they at now? I don't think any of them is in significant point to. PHOT was already going red, looks like. FSPM, 14 cents a share.
You guys were talking about CANN, weren't you? Or
yeah, we had talked about CAN for a while when it made that very impressive run. Yeah. If you remember CAN going into the election, it was an incredible run going into the election. So CAN was on our list for multiple days back in September, and it was definitely on our list. It was a stock we watched here very, very carefully.
Holy cow.
Yeah, well, a huge run on CAN. But I like the idea that you had brought that up, saying that they could get halted, because I would love to short that even on a halt. I know that if you short a stock and the stock gets halted, I believe your broker does close it out, even if it's halted or not. I got to confirm that with E-Trade, but I wouldn't mind being short and get it and having it halted. That'd
be money made.
Right, I would not complain in that situation at all.
Right. Okay. Well, hey, that's all I had. But like I said, when I got that message regarding those possible halts, just keep an eye out. I hate to see anybody get caught on that, because that's something out of your control.
Definitely. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call, David.
Yep. Bye.
All right. So shout out to David for that one. Really appreciate it. So he gave you the halt list of the stocks that could possibly be halted. I'm looking at CAN right now, and that looks beautiful. Sitting up there at exactly 255. All right, so I definitely got that on watch on my end. And I'll put that on the list, and that is too short. So short trader might be getting a deposit from me after all. All right. With that being said, going back to his PMPG, because that's what he called about, PMPG, he saw a move in that. He thinks this could be possibly, an alert to some big moves here, possibly retest that early January high, January 5th, I believe, January 4th high. So it is setting up quite the same way, almost at the same level. So we'll see if this is starting over again in PMPG, trading at just over 0.014, up 42% today. Obviously, I know you would want to get in a lot lower than it was the day before. I know some guys don't like getting into stocks after a double-digit gain day, but, if it runs tomorrow, why not? A lot of you guys did that with, the more established PULM. Why not for a penny stock? PMPG, that was the stock. It's listed as a health and wellness medical consumer product company. Their goal is to identify revolutionary product opportunities and create corporate infrastructure, enhance management, and streamline product development, and identify distribution channels and successfully bring these products to market. All right. I'm not sure if they have any products right now. That's your job to look into, the website Premier PGI is not working. So I don't know what's going on with the website. Hopefully they get that straightened out. All right, PMPG is the ticker. 313, you're on the air. What's up?
Hello?
Man.
Why have you been calling me?
I was just waiting for one of you guys to call up. I knew it was coming.
Okay. You've been calling me saying...
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
All right. Anyway, with that being said, you said take a vodka. I don't have any alcohol on me right now. You said you smoke and trade? That's hilarious. Dries is losing a lot. Dries is losing a lot, man. I don't know what's going on with Dries. The chart don't even act right anymore. It's just horrible, man. Look. This is Dries. This is Dries right now. It don't even look right on the chart anymore. It's just so ugly. I mean, how do you trade this? Look at this. You just go back and back and back and back. Look at that, man. Like, how do you even... And also, you got to be aware they did a stock split, too. So, the numbers are kind of screwed in. So the stock split kind of messes with the numbers a little bit. So, it looks like it came crashing from $32. But that was after the split, so it increased the price. Because there are fewer outstanding shares. All right? Yeah, no more of that fried chicken. Because, Fridays used to be my fried chicken days. When I stopped with that, I was like, somebody told me, man, it's kind of coonish, brother. Eating that fried chicken every Friday, it's kind of coonish. So I was like, damn, you know what? I do kind of look like a coon, eating fried chicken and malt liquor every Friday. So let me stop that. MJ. Let's see here. 66% gained on the stock. Mary Jane Group. MJ. Is this a social media company? It's listed as a social media company. What is that about? I have no idea what MJ. MJ reminds me of an old penny stock company called something like Michaels Group. What was that old penny stock? It was called Michaels Group or some crap like that. What's that name of it? And if anybody knows what happened to the guys over at Hotstocked, that used to be the shit website, man. Hotstock.com. Hotstocked. ED. Stocked. That used to be the shit stock. Amy James brand. Okay, I got it confused with Amy James. AGBI. I don't know whatever happened to that. 305, what's up? You're on the air.
Yo, what's up, Sal? This is Michael91.
Hey, Michael91, what's up, man?
What's up, man? I was trying to call yesterday, man, but them lines were blowing up yesterday.
Yeah. The calls was coming back to back to back. I appreciate your call today, though.
Nah, yeah, for sure. Nah, I wanted you to take a look at, because I was just looking at a couple charts yesterday and, drawing my trend lines and stop and resistance, and I ran into one that I wanted you to check out, which is SGYP.
SGYP. Synergy
and the
Pharmaceuticals. Okay, nice trend here. What's developing here?
Well, what I want you to check out was because hold on. I drew out these trend lines. If you could put the trend line on the lows of the last three bounces, you can see that every time it went lower, it was going higher and higher. And then what I saw it did 3 days ago, was it bounced right off of it, and it looks like it's gonna come to make a new high, perhaps, or what I'm guessing is come make a new high because it's been doing that every other time. And then I also noticed that yesterday it closed above the would this be the 4? Yeah, the 4, and then today it closed above the 8. The 4 has yet to cross the 8 though, so I'm not sure what's up with that, but I mean it closed today above the 8. It hasn't closed above the 20 yet, but I don't know, just something that I thought could be coming to make a new high or perhaps test his last high.
Yeah, this has got a lot of volatility to it, man, and but it's been a great 5 days for the stock. It's got some scary moments I see here. It's got a couple of scary moments, especially yesterday. It had a very strong open, and then it came crashing down. It found support at 571. Tried to retest the high, but then trended for the rest of the day. You had to sell off into last night. And then today, man, it just really, it moved a lot higher. 44 cents gain on the stock today. Higher price stock, but not bad here. 7% gain on the stock today. And you think this could continue to keep going higher and bouncing off these support prices?
Yeah, by the looks of it, I mean, I was listening to your show a couple shows back about Bats talking about the moving averages and stuff, and I started using them, and there's like 4 of them that I was looking at them and looking at the moving averages, and they all pretty much went up today. Another one would be IBN. IBN was another one that I was looking at. I thought that it would come test its the resistance at $8. I don't know if you could pull that chart up, and you'll see that it had resistance at $8 where it was bouncing around, and today it gapped over that today.
What was that ticker?
Now, IBN. These are a little higher price. They're like $8. Well, IBN is currently at $8.10 right now.
Okay.
It gapped over that $8 resistance mark where it's been bouncing off of since November.
Yeah.
Gapped up over that today. My next resistance mark is to go to 870.
Mm-hmm.
I see that it has another level of resistance there.
Yeah, so
that's another one that I think could be doing something.
It was really interesting because this stock looked like it was kind of in the funnel here for a little while, and then it just recently broke out of that. So real interesting to see the stock now at 810, broke right on top of the funnel. Pretty much what it needed to do. Was in there for about a week and a half, actually almost the whole month of December, actually going as far back as November 14th. So well over 30 days, trapped anywhere between 736 and 798. So it recently just broke out of that. We're at 810, and you believe it can continue to go higher in the future?
Yeah, possibly. It's looking like it's doing some type of move. And if you could take a look at one more, is MTW. This one completely broke out of its resistance point here today. I was looking at this one because it was right at resistance at 705, around that area, and it hasn't been over that in quite some time. If you look back, I think it's been way past a year. It hasn't been over that, and it broke over that today. It had a double top previously. Came and met it yesterday, broke out of it today, and it broke out of it strong.
Yeah, this is a really interesting company because this is one of those Trump stocks we have brought up, and I see it on our chart. It looks like we just kind of forgot about it, but I see, this was on the Trump stock we talked about November. My file here, Control F, MTW. I see it. We brought it up on the 16th of November. And this is a stock that was moving about right here.
November?
Yeah, at 533.
Shit.
So yeah, it's made some nice gains since then. It funneled for a little while and then broke out here this last week.
Yeah, broke out strong.
Broke out very, very strongly here. MTW, which is a heavy machinery play. It's almost like if you can't afford Caterpillar, you would go to MTW.
Okay, so this is the catalyst behind this will be due to the wall.
Right. It's kind of one of those heavy industry plays, and again, if we get the whole investing in America thing, then MTW is definitely one of those small cap plays you definitely want to do. Let me see here, MTW. To get the gist of it, let me go back and see again what's. Designs, manufactures, sells cranes and related products worldwide. It offers boom cranes, crawler and truck mounted boom cranes, and trailer crane attachments, tower cranes, topless, self-erecting cranes. So they make cranes, all right? So they're definitely instrumental when you're talking about construction. That's definitely a construction place. So the MTW is the ticker on that one. And it's had a very, very impressive run. As you can see here, this is the election of Donald Trump, and huge green bar here, and it's practically never let off since.
Yeah, man. And have you been keeping your eye on INFI?
INFI. No, INFI.
I brought it up to you a couple shows back.
Infinity Biopharmaceuticals. Man, okay.
Yeah.
When did you tell us about this?
I think this was, 3-4 shows ago? Something like that.
Okay.
I know. Okay, it was on... I pointed it out to you on the 18th, I remember, because the next day... I pointed it out on the 18th because that's when it was on resistance, a resistance that it failed to break over and over. Mm-hmm. It had a bad day the next day, but then the next day, man, that was like a 20 or 30% return right there. Broke out of it, and it's now funneling above that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it has a lot of space to run. Mm-hmm. I mean, it has that gap to fill up back all the way up at 440.
Okay.
So just something to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, I definitely
and I could also
list to watch for.
It's
for guys
also if I'm not mistaken, I think it's traveling above the. Yeah, all of the days so far have been closing above that 4.
Mm-hmm. Now this is a biotech stock. Are you familiar with what kind of work they got? Do they have any like FDA or any kind of trials going on right now?
You got me there, man.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no, that's cool.
Man,
cool.
I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to the fundamentals, man, I be slacking on the fundamentals.
No problem. I mean, if you just play the technicals, that's fine too.
Yeah.
Usually for these
I'm not gonna lie, man. The all of that moving average and the VWAP and all of that Babs was talking about, I was really listening to that the other day, and I'm trying to sharpen my tools with those things, you know?
Yeah. And it looks good, man. I mean, it's playing exactly to what he would like to see. I mean, I see here as far back as January 13th, it broke the 4 and 8, and it's pretty much stayed above it ever since then. You had a slight pullback on the 19th, but came right back the very next day and took over, man. It's been riding high above the 4 and 8 exponential moving average. We've been hugging the bands
closing above the 4 at all times.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's looking really good here on the daily chart so far on INFI. You got a little bit of hesitation up there at $2, so it's going to be interesting to see what the stock does moving forward. That's why I saw the consolidation. I was curious, maybe do they have any kind of news possibly coming out? I'll do some research on it, and I suggest you guys do as well, because typically if there's like a trial or an FDA, something that they've put out there, you'll see these biotech companies, they'll start to funnel or get really tight on the bands on the expectation of some news being dropped. You see that a lot. But here the band is very, very wide, so we'll see if this volume can maintain here and keep these high prices.
Yeah, and one more question, man. For Bab's strategy, when is it exactly that he will get out? Would he say when it closes below the 8th? That's when it's like, all right, that's a very bad indication right there.
Yeah, he actually says. Well, at the end of the day, bad scientists, you might want to call in and say, but when it breaks to 4 and 8, if it looks like it's headed to touch the 20-day moving average, this is far low. I mean, this is really, really low on this stock. You probably wouldn't wait that long. But he would sell once it crosses below the 4 and 8. So you stay long as long as it's above the 4 and 8, and then you sell after it crosses that 8 exponential moving average.
So after the candlestick closes below the 4 and 8.
The 4 and 8. That's true. That is correct.
Okay, or if the 4 crosses the 8.
Right. If the 4 crosses the 8 going down, that is correct.
Okay.
Or if you get a bar that closes below the 8 exponential moving average, because sometimes you have a situation like this where it didn't necessarily. Let me see if I can get a negative. Let me see here. Let me choose. This is an example here. For example, let's go back in the chart here on INFI. You'd have rolled this high, and this might have actually been too late. This one probably would have been too late, but if we go back to what it did in December, all right, it rises above the 4 and 8, and then as it pulls back all the way to the 4, then breaks past the 4, and then you actually would sell right here as it crossed the 8 exponential moving average. Now that's a difference between almost a good 20 cents. So, Bad Scientist, give me a call, man, and
yeah, man, that's just it's tricky. It's tricky because
it's tricky where you would want to take
you got that big ass red candle. It's like you see,
I probably would have taken it after it touched the 4 again. But this is an example into the chart where we see it works. I mean, it clearly works.
No, it works. It works.
For the entry, but when it comes to closing it, where do you close at? That's an excellent question. Excellent question.
Excellent question. Yeah, because I don't know. Do you think this strategy is better for like when you're looking at a daily chart instead of like intraday?
You know what though? I feel like it works intraday though. I feel like it does work intraday. And I had a move here. Gosh, we studied too many. I was thinking FHLM. I don't want to have to pull up my broker. Bad Scientist. Which was the one that FFHL? I think it was. I think it was FFHL, and it was a short that I got in. Let me see here. I think there it is. Okay, but it was on because his strategy also works on. I want to say it's the 10-day moving. The 10.
Yeah, Beth says FFHL.
Yeah, let me see here because I can't remember. Hold on, because it took a minute for me to set up my thing to find it. I think I was using the 1 hour. Was it the 1 hour? So I want to set it up just the way I had it.
You trade using the 1 hour?
No, I was using the 10-minute. I'm trying to figure out if hopefully I don't have to go in and let me see here. I think it was 10. Let's see. Let me add that. 10 minute. I think it was the 10-minute chart. Was it the 10? There it is. All right. So, come on. So sometimes it can be a little ficky. There we go. Anyway, hopefully, come on. There it is. All right. So it was the 10-minute chart, and sometimes with trading, you got to add it. A little bit funny. All right. So here was the trade I did on FFHL, and I was using the 10-minute chart and using his 4 and 8. And what happened was it violated at 235, the 4 and 8. And I went in pretty big here. And again, this is a stock that I was following pretty much all day because it fit the pattern. I missed it this morning at the top. I thought, I saw within, other times that it rose that it gave it all back. So I was looking for a crack and I was watching level 2 and I saw that it was weakening on level 2 as well. So this was the first time that you got a real solid red candle that violated the 4 and 8 exponential moving average as well as the 20-day MA. And I ended up closing when it reached the lower end of the band on the Bollinger Band for a nice little gain here. But yes, it does work intraday. It does work intraday, and I really like it. I honestly really, really like his methodology. But sometimes I was actually early. As you can see here, I got out too early. Because you don't know if you go outside of this, does that mean that's a buy signal? So it's a bit frustrating.
So you're just trading within the Bollinger Band?
Right. I'm trading within the Bollinger Band, but again, I'm making sure that you're below the 4.8 and you've closed underneath the 20. And you don't really necessarily have to be underneath the 20 because, sometimes it's a lot lower than this, right? Especially if the bands are really, really wide. All right, as we pulled up your example, the bands could be really, really wide, and the 20 is way lower. But this one,
so you'll play the 4 and the 8,
right? Play the 4 and 8 EMA. It cracked both the 4 and 8 and the 20, and it went lower. And I closed right at the bottom of the band on that. And eventually, people would buy that. Unfortunately, that's the thing, is that if it hits the band, typically people buy when it's at the lower end of the band. So
same reason why you shorted it at the top.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, no, the bands could be tricky because then all of a sudden you see it's channeling and then it just widens up, and it could be plummeting or it could go a lot higher or all of that. Yeah, no, I know it's not gonna give you like 100% on what the market's gonna do, but it's something that could help you like identify different shit.
Yeah. And I definitely want to hear what Bat says about it and what his take on this strategy is, because obviously it's his makeup, and but I like it. I like it a lot, and I think people can really, really benefit from it.
Yeah, man, Bat should make a video on all of the moving averages and the VWAP and all of that.
There it is.
He really should. But yeah, man, I just wanted you to take a look at those stocks, and I don't know, we'll see what they'll do.
Yeah, we'll definitely pay attention to it, man. SGBY, IBN, MTW, and INFI.
I said SGBY?
What? Well, hold on. No, sorry. I think
no.
I called it before. Sorry, IBN.
Yeah, SGBY,
MTW, and INFI.
SGYP.
SGYP. There we go.
IBN, MTW, and INFI.
INFI. That's right.
All right, man. Well, I'll keep watching the show, man. And good job.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call, Michael.
All right, man.
All right. Shout out to Michael91. Always giving us good tickers, too, man. So shout out to Michael91 for the call. Shout out to Michael91 for the call. Thank you so much. 920. You're on the air. What's up?
Hey, we're going to South JBino again, 85. I say in Manitowoc, Wisconsin, I know we have a big crane company out here, MTW. Think you might want to check that out right quick. It's a NASDAQ. It's not a penny stock.
Yeah, it's so funny, man. The caller just before you talked about MTW, and
that's crazy.
I mean, and look, and it's been on a tear. It's been on an absolute tear. As we can see here, this is definitely a Trump stock. It looks like since the 23rd, when Trump came out and said, "Build that wall, build that wall."
I was just reading that.
Right, investors have came and really swooped up. And again, this is a stock that we had on the show here. It looks like we forgot about it, but MTW, it's one of those stocks. If you can't afford Caterpillar, right? You can't afford Caterpillar, which is traded at just under $100 a share. You go with this cheaper MTW that gives you, some access to the the infrastructure space.
Yeah, I know they're real big. Like I said, I live right here. The plant is literally down the block from my house.
Oh wow!
And I know it's a real good company. I've seen them everywhere. I actually stayed in Columbus, Georgia. I used to see the cranes out there working, building that Fort Benning on the bases in Columbus, Georgia. So yeah, I know they're everywhere. That's a real good company right there. I can't really do those right there. I'm really messing with the penny stocks right now, but I just kind of want to throw that out there for y'all. Yeah, that Manitowoc Crane, that's a real good company right there.
Not bad. Appreciate it, man. Is there anything else you looking at right now?
No. That's it. When I was listening live streaming, and the moment I heard him talk about cranes, it popped in my mind. So I typed in, and sure enough, it's showing it trending with the Trump and everything. So I was trying to call in and get that in there. So I kind of missed him throwing that out there, but. I guess, just to go ahead and verify what you said, Manitowoc Crane is a decent, real good company.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call.
No problem.
All right. So, I mean, that's another caller verifying MTW. It looks like it's had a great run. It's high up there. It's high up there. And man, from the 23rd, dude, this is just the 23rd. You're up almost $1.50 a share from the 23rd, 4 days. Again, all the guy said was build that wall. And this is what investors do. 919. You're on the air. Bad Scientist. What's good?
Hey, Sal. I heard you wanted to ask me something about your FFHL trade yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes. So, basically, we had a caller just call up, basically wanting to say, if you're looking at your strategy, right, the 4 and 8. Okay, let's say the stock breaks the 4 and 8. Where exactly do you get out of the trade? I mean, where would you short the trade on your 4 and 8?
So let's go to your example from yesterday. Do you have that?
Yes. Let me go back. FFHL. Let me go back to that FFHL. All right. So here's my situation yet 2 days ago now.
Okay. I think did you have that on the? I think you had it on the 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yes. This is the 10-minute daily chart. So 10-minute, but 1 day.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I've got that up on my chart.
So each block is 10 minutes within the day.
Okay. So you went in at. Give me the price you went in at again.
All right. So I'm short the stock at 357.
357. Mm-hmm. Okay. Which
or 358 actually, 358, and I'm covering at 334.
334.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. So, quick way to see if you were late or if you were on time, because I think that I said that was a nearly flawless trade, but okay. So this is how I would trade this if you're strictly basing it on the 4 and 8 exponential.
Mm-hmm.
So what you need to do for you to cover, the candlestick has to close above the 8. Until you see that close, you're in that chart. So looking at the candle at, let me see, I need to change 350, you would have gone out at that. So your trade was actually better because you traded right at the bottom of those two candles,
mm-hmm.
And that the lower wicks touched the lower Bollinger Band. And once again, it goes to technicals. Because the candles didn't actually go close on that lower Bollinger Band, it means that lower price was rejected, and the buyers came back in and basically drove the price.
Yeah.
So with my strategy, I would have actually gone on the candle that closed above. But what you can do is, okay, so you see the candle I'm talking about. This one was at 350. That it's the next big candle after that red candle at the bottom of the chart.
So you're talking about this one right here? The
one that crosses over the blue line. It actually, okay, let me take that back. It opened above the blue candle, and because you're shorting it, if you had wanted confirmation on it,
mm-hmm.
you would have gone with the next candle.
Okay.
So can you see the candle I'm talking about? So at the bottom, there's the two candles, the green and the red.
Green and the red. I'm trying to figure
out. At the bottom, with the two wicks touching
okay. So this one right here. Okay.
Band.
This the one that are outside the band?
No. The one inside the band, roughly where you exited. There's the green and the red that are the same size. Right next to each other,
yeah, right next
with
to
the
each
two
other.
wicks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, with the two wicks touching the lower band.
Okay.
Now move to the right of that. Go to that next big candle.
Okay. So
the
this
big
one
red
right
candle.
Here. Okay.
Yeah. So to the right of that on your screen. So on your screen.
Mm-hmm.
And that big red candle, exactly. That candle crossed the blue line, where now it looks like it opened above the 8 exponential moving average. You see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if it had closed above that, that's when you would get out. But notice it didn't close above the 8 exponential. It actually closed below the 4 exponential.
Yeah.
Another way of me trying to help you on this is look at the gap between the 4 and 8 exponential moving average. Because you've got divergence between the 4 and 8, you would have been long all the way down.
Yeah.
You see what I'm talking about?
Because it
when
literally
the
gets
4
wider, I
gets
should have
like-
stayed in leaving
Yes,
longer.
it's wider. So if from when you went long, if the bands don't constrict, it's almost like a Bollinger Band. If you don't see the two bands constricting, the 4 and the 8 coming together, if their distance widens, you stay short all the way. So looking across at the candlestick, you would actually not have exited until right at the bottom at 305.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
I did leave a lot on the table. I mean, because it stayed low for some time too, as well.
No, but you traded perfectly, and some people actually use the same strategy where you're going from essentially one Bollinger Band to the bottom of the other Bollinger Band. But yeah, look at the distance between the blue line and the white line. So that's the 8 exponential and the 4 exponential. Notice how from when you shorted it, it's getting wider and wider between those two lines.
Yeah.
So you would be going short all the way. That red candle kind of threatens where it initially opens above the blue line or the 8 exponential. If a second candle now went above that, you would certainly need to get out.
Yeah, so
but
if
because
another
it
candle
opened,
yeah, it would you
and-
would definitely close if it opened up.
and
around
how
here.
you could maybe avoid this is move to a 5-minute, because a 10-minute might have given you a bit of a, you might leave some moves there. So let me see if I convert your chart to a 5-minute. Would it still hold
Yeah, let's
true?
see what the 5-minute chart looked like at around 2:30. So at 5 minute, I can't. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit better. All right, so here's the 5-minute chart. So my words are off here on the 5-minute. Obviously, don't worry about what my words are saying at 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's only one candle that closed. There's actually only one candle that closed above the 8 exponential, and that's the candlestick at, let me work the math out.
Okay, so yeah, the
It
5 minute
was
does
at
give
4,
radically different.
At 350. You see that red candle?
Yeah.
350. That's the only one that closed. So if you want, you can look for a second candle to confirm that, because you always get false signals. So what you need to do is go to the next candle. This first one closes, yes, it closes above the 8 exponential, and you see on the 5 minutes the bands actually narrow out and touch each other, the 4 and 8. So what you would do in your next move, if you're too scared to wait for the second candle, all you do is, if that's your rule, if you see one candle that's closing above, you get out. And you either decide whether you want the first candle or whether you want to confirm with the second candle.
Now,
if you
Bess,
confirmed with the...
Now, Bess, not to interrupt you, sorry. I have a question in the chat where people say, do you use the Bollinger Bands as well? You use bands as well on your
Yes,
with your
so now the last week and a half, I've incorporated Bollinger Bands because that gives me better visualization. But remember, when I called the show a few months ago, I told everyone I used the 20 simple moving average, which happens to actually be the middle Bollinger Band.
Right. It means
So without realizing it, I was kind of using a Bollinger Band without realizing it. And after I started studying about Bollinger Bands, I said, hey, that's exactly what I was doing. Okay, so... Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So here's the thing, because on this 5 minute chart, we see the same kind of problem here where. Okay. So I see here on the 5 minute chart, it does eventually break above the 4 and 8, but it still closes beneath the 20 moving average, right?
Yes,
and then the next
that
bar,
was my next point.
the very
That
next
was my
bar
next
goes, it breaks the 4 and 8 again. So you
And
would still
that's
you would still
exactly-
you would
you
still
actually
close below
jumped-
the or just above
Yeah.
the 4 and 8.
So you actually jumped the gun, because that was my next point, is why the middle Bollinger Band is so important is it establishes the long-term trend of your trade. If you're using just the 4 and the 8, you're going to get the quick moves, and the quick moves won't catch the general trend. As you can see, the 20 doesn't do anything. It's down all the way. In fact, where you started shorting it, it was more at the top of the 20.
Yeah.
So the 20 actually peaked close to the price that you shorted at 357. That was round about the peak of the 20. Now, after that, notice how the 20 downtrend is established. And remember what I've been saying to you on the show each and every time. If you want to stay in for the longer trades to capture maximum profit, use the 20. If you're scalping and want like 10%, where you just want a fraction of those profits, then you would use a shorter time frame like the 8 and the 4. But notice, so follow the 20 with me, that middle Bollinger Band.
Okay.
When does it start to flatten out? Right at the bottom.
It starts
of
to
the
flatten up
Bollinger Band.
right at the bottom where.
And that's where you would get out of that.
Yeah.
that
Okay.
trend.
And then the
So-
bands start to tighten, and eventually it seems to find some
You
buyers.
can modify this. Once again, it's all about what you want to achieve. Let's say if you wanted to make, because what percentage did you make on this?
I want to say it was like 7.8. About 7.8, maybe 6. Yeah, about 7.8. $3,500
Okay, and
trade.
you-
It only netted about $200.
Okay, so you
I was
shorted
already kind of
it
in
at-
heavy to begin with. I thought it was going to crack even lower, but when I saw that buy
You-
coming back in, it scared me out.
Okay, you shorted it at, you said 357?
Yes, 358. 358.
Sorry, 358, which is even better. And then notice when, so you see the upper the upper whiskers, or the upper what's the term for them? The wicks. Upper wicks of your candles went through the 20. That doesn't count as a close or an open. The candlestick body has to cross over and close over that. And since these were both red candles, they actually didn't even close at the 20.
Yeah.
So if you waited and just looked at the 20, I think that's at 246. You would have already been in the money at 246. I mean, that's 10 cents. That's a 10-cent gain, or even more than that, 11, 12-cent gain you would have had already.
Right.
So you could have been prepared to risk that, because once again, it's all about risk management. You shorted it at 357, which technically means your risk should have been 2 or 3 clicks in front of 358. Sorry, so like 360 or 365. If we trace that back, maybe a good amount. So right there, maybe that candle there, about 360, maybe 360 or 362, 2-ish. That would have been your risk had the stock turned against you.
Right.
Do you agree with that?
I do. I think that would have been a.
So So at when these two red candles on the 5 minutes touched the 20 at 3:46, you're already in the money at that stage, correct?
Yes, by then, yeah, of course, you're already in the money at you're in the money at 3:55. You're in the money. But
yeah, exactly. So yes, you might have prematurely gotten out of that stock, but if you're just skimming off profits off the top, this was a perfect trade that you executed, because where you went out was literally where it started consolidating. And so if it touched the 20, notice how the trend line is down all the way down.
Yeah.
And so this is what I'm saying, it depends on your risk. If you're already in the money and you're like, let's see what happens, then use the 20 as your guide. But if the stock is moving quickly and you've made a little bit of money and you're not as risk averse, then the trade you made is perfect. Because think about it, if you had put 10,000 in that stock, wouldn't you have made a decent amount of money?
Oh yeah, I mean that would have been killing. Right? Yeah, that would have been a really good.
So
killing.
Once again, it depends on your position size.
Yeah,
because you look at the other traders, for them when they say, I made a $2,000 profit, and people are saying, wow, how did you do that?
Yeah.
It's not about how much money you made, it's about percentages.
Right,
so
exactly.
If you've got a small amount of money, a percentage is a percentage, whether it's made of 10,000, 100,000, or $100.
And you bring up a really, really good point, Bad Scientist, is that sometimes, especially when you're looking at the gains that come out of people on Profitly, like Tim Sykes and Tim Grittani,
right?
And you're looking at, oh man, they made a $3,000 gain, but if you see the position, it's like 20,000 shares. The guy had
and if you look at the
dude had a $70,000 position in the stock.
Yep. Yeah, and if you look at the percent, we're probably in penny stocks, we're probably making higher percentages.
There's no doubt about it. I know I make more percentage-wise than them. But
right.
Again, when you can set a $55,000 position, when you can risk a $55,000 on a position, of course your daily and weekly profit is going to be huge on 4 or 5% move. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you made a perfectly good trade, Sal. I wouldn't be upset with that. But in the future, if you're in the money already, you can risk all of it. I mean, it could have come back, like you said, to 355, and you'd still be in the money. Yeah. And this one, it actually only. After that, it only went to 347, 348. Yeah. So you could have stayed in if you just watched the middle Bollinger Band.
Yeah, it actually got even low. Yeah, it went as low as 304 before recovering. But this is otherwise still a great trade.
Yeah, and that I kind of discovered on my own, because I was saying, okay, I've got a 4 and 8 exponential moving average. I noticed you can catch the move quickly, but you don't necessarily maximize your profits. So I was trying multiple things, and the 20 just dawned on me. I put that in there. I looked at multiple stocks, like scores of stocks, and I noticed that with stocks that go up month to month, especially if you're wanting to hold a stock for half the year or for 3 months, the 20 is your guide. So as long as the 20 is telling you what the trend is, you don't get out of the stock until the price crosses that 20.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. Crossing it is not enough. It's got to cross it and close above that point. Mm-hmm. And then you maybe the trend is now being broken. So if only the wicks are touching the 20, that's not enough. It means you're still in. And I have tested this. I ask everyone, go back, look even at daily or weekly charts or monthly charts, put the 20 in there with just the 4 and the 8 exponential moving average and look at how much you would be off the table with you using a shorter time frame.
Yeah.
But then once again, because you're day trading and you're using the 5 minute or even the 1 minute, because of that short time frame, it makes sense to use a short time frame for your exponential moving averages. That's why it works, because it's a short time frame. And this is why in my reading, institutional investors look at the 50 and 200. The 50 and 200, while they're good, especially like on the day, let's refer to a daily chart, while they're perfect to know what the big banks are doing, the heavy investors on a monthly level, it means squat if you're trading from day 1 to 2. The 50 and the 200 makes no sense. Makes no absolute sense. All you can use those for is milestones, like for resistance and support. So when you use the 50, the 50 and the 200, even for day trading, all you're using those for is establishing resistance, because those are all psychological levels that people are looking for. A trade from day 1 to day 2 has nothing to do with something that's 50 days away or 200 days. That doesn't mean anything unless, like, once again, it's all about time frame. If you're trading for a week, a month, 2 months, 3 months, then the 50 and 200 become more important.
Right.
And that's why it's crucial for whatever time frame you're using, make sure you're using the correct moving averages. So capture more profits with the 20, but if you need to scalp, 10, 15, or 7% in as in what you did or with me earlier.
No, Bad
with
Scientist,
AEP.
I got to ask you, man, because you're dropping some real jewels for us, and I greatly appreciate it, man. This is information people pay thousands of dollars for, and I'm so grateful.
Sure.
And with that being said, man, would you say, because I'm going through some charts here, and I'm looking at, obviously the 1 day is the daily is good for wrapping it all up and seeing the bigger picture. But would you say intraday that the 5-minute chart is very, very reliable for this particular way of trading using these indicators?
Absolutely, because the 1 minute is too erratic. It depends also what time of day you're trading.
Yeah, I don't even trade 1 minute at all. It's just too hard.
For people like Ross Cameron or people maybe like Tim Sykes, if you're trying to trade the initial volatile, like first hour of the day, where most traders or most experts will say do not trade the first hour of the day because that's where the volatility is. But that's actually, depending on the type of trader you are, that might not be the case. It's because of the volatility that you trade that stock, because that's where you can maximize your profits. And if you look back at most stocks, most of them will peak within the first half to 1 hour, and then we'll pull back after that. That's most stocks. Other stocks will go down will gap up and go down the whole day. Some will start going up as the day progresses, but in most cases, especially if you're going in after a catalyst, that stock will gap up. People initially take their profits off, so you're going to get like a small dip. If it does go up, it's going to be within that first hour, and then normally that first hour is where the high of the day occurs.
Man, that's perfect, because I'm looking at your trade here, and you're exactly right. On our biggest gain today on the stock was ESES. And as you can see here, it starts up very aggressively. You get all the volatility in that morning, and then you get the beautiful doji pattern that lets you know where we've got a change of momentum here. And man, this hits it right on the head. I mean, this 5-minute chart using your 4 and your 8 and your Bollinger Band, it follows through just exactly right. If you would have came in here with the short as it violated the 4 and 8. And got in here, what is that, 125, you close off. Well, if you got scared too early, still at 120. But if you held in, because again the 4 and 8 didn't cross, then you wouldn't have got it out until about 105. About 105.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got it. And normally you'll hear people use abbreviations like HOD, NHOD, which is high of day, and new high of day. And in this example you have here, where your high of day is that big candle. So what you can alternatively do, and what a lot of people like momentum traders do, is when you establish your first high of day candle, what you can do is note the price of that candle where it closed. So that big green candle you're showing here, what was the close of that third
The close
green candle?
at the top was 160.
Okay, but the actual body of the candle, where did it close?
Let me see here. The actual full, if including the wick, was 205.
Is this what's this ticker? Let me look at this.
ES.
Okay. And what time frame are we on?
We're on the 5-minute chart.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So let me see here. It closed at $1.60. So what you do, so for momentum traders, for stocks that move after the first high of day, which is HOD, if the stock drops, what you can then do, which is another strategy momentum traders uses, if it curls back, you can either get into the bullish reversal when it starts coming back up, or what you do is you play what's known as, or you put a buy stop order. Are you familiar with that?
A buy stop order. That's
yes,
when you're willing to buy up to a certain price. Is that correct?
Yes, and that price is higher than your current price.
Yeah.
So you're buying into momentum. I'm not sure if you guys can do that with OTC stocks.
Yeah, I don't think for OTC stocks they'll allow you, but for this particular play, ESES that trades on the Nasdaq, they would have let you use that type of position.
Yeah, so let's say it dipped and then it came back through that high of day. You are buying at that high of day as it crosses it. It is similarly like what I do sometimes for the $1 or the 50 mark milestones or thresholds. Let's say you have a stock like at 90 cents. You don't want to get into it without knowing there's momentum behind it. So instead of buying it at 90, you buy it like at $1.01 or $1.02. That assures you that the price is being broken, that $1 mark is being broken, and you're trading with volume behind you. It's like riding a wave as a surfer. You don't want to catch a false wave, and then
So your entry would have been very, very early into the stock, but with the momentum, with the verified momentum behind you.
Right. So, for instance, if a stock closes at $1 today, but then you look at the previous day's candlesticks and you notice there's another support at $1.05, if you're worried that the stock will move lower, essentially you're depending on that volume. If the volume is behind it, just like a wave when you're surfing, you want to buy into $1.05. So if that $1.05 is a resistance level and you're looking at the $1 mark, provided there's momentum or volume behind you, you actually buy it at $1.05, if that makes sense. That's just one strategy where you're using momentum to buy at a higher price because you're afraid that there's not enough momentum behind that price action.
Got it.
But that's a separate strategy than what we're talking about. Just use the 4 and the 8 for scalping purposes to get, percentage gains in a smaller time frame. But if you're in the money, go to the middle Bollinger Band. If the middle Bollinger Band is in favor of the trend, whether you're long or short. If it's in your favor, get out once that 20 moving average is breached. Then you can get out of the trade.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you
All right,
so much, Bat Scientist, man. You've given us so much game here. I really, really appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much, man.
Not a problem. Thank you, Sal.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
All right, so
Bye-bye.
shout out to Bat
Jordan
Scientist.
to the crossover. Yes.
And appreciate it so much from Bat Scientist. Appreciate it so much. Let me see here. Can I use this link? Let me see here. Copy link address. If I give people this link, can they get it? Probably not here. Let me go here to Mr. Lloyd. What's up? You're on the air.
Man, I wanted to get some input after bats because I just noticed a couple of things, and I'm not going to go into long details. Hopefully I can explain it without having to go through all that. That last two charts, what was that last chart you had up? What was that stock?
FFHL, I believe.
All right, so yeah, if you can pull that up back at the 10-minute again.
All right, so you're saying at the 10-minute, okay.
So there was so with the 5 and the 10-minute, I mean you can only be in it for a couple hours. Well, with the hour chart, I mean I was taught that you can be in it for a few days. All right, so and so is that the 10-minute?
Yes, this is 10-minute FFHL zoomed into.
Okay, there we go. So with your particular where you got in at, there's a couple of signals here. One is where you've where that first arrow that you have there.
Okay.
And this is why I say candlesticks are really important, man. I mean, it was amazing that I was able to see this without having like the RSI and all these different lines up. But with just with the basics, it makes sense. But when you're seeing this live, you don't.
It doesn't register.
Yeah, it doesn't register. However, after the fact, that makes sense now. So you see where you got in at with that first arrow? Is that where it is?
Yeah, I actually got in on the second one, but I mean, what the first one was what brought it to my attention. Yes.
Right. So that's a bearish engulfing pattern, and you got the confirmation candle underneath there. Okay, and so with the eight exponential moving average. If you watch the the Bigelow video, anything that closes underneath there and continues, you just keep going short until it closes back above with the confirmation candle. So basically, you have three signals. Well, two signals here at the moment. You have a bullish engulfing pattern where the first arrow is, and then you have a confirmation candle. So that means. And then now you have a close underneath the 8 exponential moving average. So you ride that bad boy all the way down, and all of a sudden you got the Bollinger Bands. And this is what I like about the Bollinger Bands. The Bollinger Bands teaches you the wider it is, the more momentum it is towards that direction. So basically, that's like the accelerator, speeding up. So they're pushing that stock down. So I would have stayed short. Until I start to see it moving sideways, and when you start to see that, the green candles coming in, and you start to see that, okay, it may reverse any time. So you go ahead and get out. I don't like to play the sideways action. Once I see a few candles moving to the side, or if I see that first confirmation candle, I wouldn't have went all the way across.
Okay.
I just would have just got out that trade.
That would have been a
because
good trade too.
Next thing you know, you would have popped. That big ass green candle
big ass
popped
bar
up.
going back to retest support. Yeah, I get you.
Right, but here it is. You need to have multiple time frames up, and actually, if you put up the 5 minute and put up the 5 minute, it showed the exact same thing. So we have a bearish engulfing pattern here, but if you go to the 5 minute chart, it's a shooting star at that same position. So both time frames is confirming your entry, which, right there, that's a shooting star. So you have a gap up from a candle, and then you have you got a Marzubu, what they call a Marzubu. So that's a very strong. When you see no wicks, that means that the bulls are in complete control of that stock. the bulls had no way of moving that stock up, so they're in complete control. So that means that's very, very powerful. And so now you got to close it underneath the 8 exponential moving average. Mm-hmm. And if you watch that video, you keep going short until there's a confirmation above it.
Yeah.
So if you had the if you had the 5-minute and the 10-minute chart together, if you need your candlesticks, I would have got in this trade because it confirms that we're in the downtrend. But however, I don't see the RSI, so it's really hard for me to determine if we're really at the bottom, if we're oversold.
Right.
Actually, okay, you do have the RSI.
Yeah, the RSI is up.
Is that man? That's kind of wide there. Did you modify that RSI?
Yeah, the RSI is set to. Let me see.
You must have put some mod. That's not the standard RSI.
Yeah, I'm zoomed in a little bit. That's why I'm zoomed in a little bit.
Okay,
so
okay.
If I go back to its regular, it's kind of high, but I'm zoomed in a little bit. So, to get a little closer to the action, because this is how it would look if I just kept it, at regular. But I'm zoomed in a little bit, so it's showing real wide. But even on it was showing pretty high on the RSI. Just above 60, maybe 65 on the RSI, as you can see right there.
Right. But here's another good thing about the Bollinger Band. Anytime a red candle, now this is not every time, but anytime a candle closes below the top band, like for example where I said it was a morning star, if you go back and look at that candle that jumped up to the top of the line there.
Yeah.
And if you look at the candle before, it's the same pattern. If you go back, you scroll back a little bit, you can see the same thing. I mean, it went to the top and it went down. Yeah, anytime a red candle closes below there, so you have a lot of signals. Scroll back a little bit more. There you go. So there's another one right there. And if you go back to where the widening of the Bollinger Band.
See if I
but like I said, I mean, there's multiple signals.
Yeah.
I mean, but when you're actually doing this live, I don't play it that way. You know what I'm saying? Because you just like you go into a different fear.
Right.
So, and Bass, I like the candlesticks. I really do, especially when I'm trying to confirm an entry. So I would use the candlesticks, and then I would see where we're at with the.
This would have been a good buy.
With the RSI to see if we're oversold. Mm-hmm. And so there's 3 confirmations here. He had it on the 5-minute and the 10-minute. Mm-hmm. And anytime this is like I said, what I was told, 5-minute and the 10-minute, you can only be in it for a few hours. This is not days, months.
Yeah.
So 5 minutes, 10 minutes is a few hours. So
right.
So, but yeah, man. I mean, you'll never catch the bottom. It's impossible to time the bottom. Mm-hmm. However, if you stay long as it's closed underneath the 8 exponential moving average, but you need the confirmation. You need for it to confirm. So yeah, so you got that little green candle that closed above the 8, but then next thing you know, you got that Marzubal again right next to it.
Yeah.
So that still means that the bulls are in complete control. There's no upper or lower wick.
Hmm.
So, but when it's live, I don't see all that.
Yeah, it's easier to trade stocks when it's in hindsight. You know what I mean? But,
right. Right, and so that's why I've been playing on demand to kind of train my mind to prepare for these things, because when you're playing minute by minute like that, and actually it's better to play on a 10 or 15 minute chart so you don't psych yourself out and overtrade.
Yeah, we just got a guy in the chat room, Steve Gailey. He's saying, when it comes to the upside too, it works pretty much the same way, right? I mean, I'm hearing here we crossed the 4-8 with this is a huge bar of support for the buyers to go long here. You would buy after this, or would you?
You know what? Actually, I have to look at two different time frames. I can't just do it off one chart. It has to confirm off the 5 and the 10. And if you got two charts confirming the same thing, then it's time to go.
Okay.
So I usually keep the daily, the hourly, and the 15-minute chart on mine. And I like to have confirmation. For example, and Barry, you say buy low and sell high. You know how many times I heard that, man? I mean, hell, if I knew that shit, buy low and sell, I'd be rich. But I mean, who buys low and sells high? It's like when you buy low, it keeps going low. If you buy high, it goes low.
It goes low, yeah.
I hate when people say you buy low and sell high. What the fuck?
and here's the thing. But what's your definition of low too? So
right.
Tell me buy low, sell high. I'm like, what is your definition of low? You know what I mean? Because there've been people call up a stock today. The stock is up 55%. They're saying that the stock can go higher. That's low. It looks high to me. You know,
right?
And 50%. That's high.
Shit, I got in when the RSI was on the floor at the bottom, and I got in, and it just kept going low. I didn't think it can go any lower. Actually, it fell off the damn chart.
Yeah, that's
so
that's like dries. I mean, if you follow an experience like that, that's dries right now. You know, DRYS. You know, buy low, sell high. There are much opportunities in here that the stock is going lower. You know,
right?
When do you buy on a chart like this? You know,
right.
Where do you buy on this?
Yeah. I wouldn't have bought it. And actually, I mean, if they had some weekly puts and calls, I probably would have bought some puts on that just because of where the trend is going.
Yeah.
But yeah, this morning, man, with Tesla, I bought with the same. And actually, I think you should put the cloud on there on your chart. You ever heard of the cloud?
The cloud? You mean the
Ichimoku cloud, man? As complex as it looks.
The cloud. What do you mean by the cloud? Why?
You never heard of Ichimoku cloud?
Let me see
so
here.
Pull up Tesla.
Let me see TS.
I love the cloud. I mean, but it's just a tool.
So here's Tesla. This is let me get out of here. Let me get the 30-day chart. Okay, here's the 30-day chart. Now, what cloud are you?
It starts with the Ikimoku, whatever the heck it is.
Is it an indicator?
Yeah, it's an indicator.
Let me see here. Ikomuku. How do you spell that?
It's with the ICHMO.
ICH. Okay.
CH.
All right, there it is. Ikomuku cloud.
Now it's gonna look confusing as hell, okay? But I'm gonna break it down to you in 2 seconds to where you understand.
It looks like there's a ton of lines here.
Yeah, take out so hide the lines and take out the Bollinger Bands.
All right, so hide all the lines. Damn, it's a lot of damn lines though.
Yeah, just and actually, and we could talk about
I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna take off all my, and then you let me know what to take off here. Okay, so here's Ichimoku. All right, all the green and reds, and everything of mine is taken off.
You got the Bollinger Band still on there.
Hold on, it's coming off. There it is.
All right, so actually just hide all the lines and keep the lagging line on there. You want the lagging line.
All right, so let me go to settings. All right, so conversion line off, base line off, lead line off, lead to line off. And you said all I want is the lagging span. Is that right?
Yeah, the lagging. But that red and green right there, it has to stay on there. So turn that red and green back on. You got to have the cloud together. It's just the two. There's two extra lines. So go back and put the cloud back in there. You need a cloud.
Okay, so let me see. I guess so. That's lead 2 then.
Yeah, and then go back. Go down. Yeah, there you go. There you got the.
So let's see.
We need the cloud.
Are we still missing something?
Yeah, we got to get the other line on the other cloud.
Okay. All right. So let's go back.
No. Go get. You got to get that green line on that cloud at the top.
Okay. So let me find that top line. Where's that top line at?
It's right above that. So right above so about 5 blocks down. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Let me see. So this one too. So do I still have everything or no? Hold on.
No, you need that green block on top of the. So, yeah, right there. Okay. All right, and get rid of that. Yeah, okay. Forget the red line. Just forget the red line. But that red line that's underneath the green line where it crosses over, if you can just get rid of that.
Okay.
And then I'll be done and I can explain.
All right, so that one. Man, this looks confusing as hell, but I'm about to.
Right. But I'm about to break it down to you, man. Just check it out. Just check it out. This is how easy it is. Okay.
Okay.
When the price action is in the cloud, it's consolidating. You do not buy in the cloud because that's when you get that sideways action. You remember that one stock that you just looked at?
Okay.
At what we just talked about, where you bought in at?
Yeah.
I bet you $10 is sitting in the cloud. Go back and put that stock up.
Okay, FFHL.
Now, I might be wrong. I don't know. I didn't look at it.
And you want the 10-minute chart again?
Wherever. So it may be sitting in the cloud on the 1-day chart, or the hourly chart. Is because in order for it to move sideways, it's sitting in the cloud. So it's probably hourly. Yeah. So basically, it's moving through the cloud. And when it's moving through the cloud, you're going to get that sideways action, that congestion. So you don't. So basically, when you start to see that sideways action like that long line, that means that it's sitting in the cloud somewhere, and you don't buy until it breaks above.
Okay.
Now go back to Tesla again.
Okay, so let's go back to Tesla, TSLA.
Now I promise I won't spend too much time on the phone, man.
No. I mean, we're trying to learn what your system here, TSLA. So here's TSLA on a 5-minute chart.
So let's switch to an hour.
Okay, let's switch to an hour.
Because I usually like to, like this morning, I used a 5-minute chart to make that 262.
So this is a 1-hour chart. Do you want to look at today's action in that 1 hour?
Yeah. So when that green line and the price close above the cloud, is bullish. So as soon as it breaks through, it's bullish. So if you go back into where that green cloud broke through, where the green line broke through along with price action, so you got to go back some more.
So you got to go back way back when. Okay. So there it is right here, all the way back in beginning of December practically.
Right. So and you can do the same thing with 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You see how it broke through. So as soon as that lagging line breaks through, along with the price action above the cloud, basically it's like saying stay bullish because it closed above the 8 EMA. Mm-hmm. It makes sense?
It makes sense, but I see the strategy is for an individual who wants to go really long then, right?
No, let's not go real long. Basically, when you have that stock moving sideways like that, this cloud will basically tell you what's going on. Mm. And your first level of resistance is the top of the cloud. So if the price action hits the bottom of the cloud and bounces up, you buy, because that shows that there was rejection. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? So that candle way at the top, if it bounces all the way down, and if you scroll back, you can see it bounce somewhere where it bounces off the top of that line and then goes up. Basically, you go long. And the same thing with the bullish side. So you see that right there where you're going at? Mm-hmm. You see where it bounced off that red line at the top?
Okay, I see where.
And it went down?
And it went down. Okay, yeah, it bounced off the red, came back down. This was back in October. It hit 212 and came back down. So it was rejected at that 212.
And there was rejection if you go forward a little bit too. But you can also do this on a 5-minute. So if you want to play for a couple hours, you can do the same thing. Okay. Basically, the cloud is pretty good for support and resistance, man. I really enjoy this. I mean, it took me a long time to really understand what it means, and you can modify this to where it helps you.
Mm-hmm. Here's the 5-minute chart for today's action. I do see here where it hit the top of the line, it rejected, came back down, and then broke the top of the line.
Right. So this lagging line is 26 days back. That green line. So if you go back and see where it broke through, So if price action breaks through the cloud for the bearish side, you stay long until, and you might want to have the 8 EMA on this one too. So I mean, there's all kind of crazy shit you can do.
Yeah.
But this is just helps to show you why it was rejected. And as soon as it's rejected, then you and actually, yeah, you see where it broke through, and then it just kept going.
Yeah.
It moved a little sideways. But if you wanted to go long, you know.
I commend you, Mr. Lloyd, on this because it looks complicated as fuck right now. I'm looking at all this, but I can definitely see if it's something, it takes some time to understand. But I mean, if it works.
Well, basically, all it is, if you see that green line go above the cloud along with the candlestick and close through, you buy. If it goes to the bottom of that cloud, the top of that red line and bounces off, you buy. If that green line goes below the cloud, along with the candlestick below the cloud, you short it. Now, as you can see, you see how the RSI, once that candle broke through, you see how the RSI is really, really high.
Yeah, really high. Mm-hmm.
If you didn't have this cloud, your mindset would have said, hey, sell, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you go forward, it's still going up.
Yeah.
So that's why I say indicators, it's only a tool. I mean, you will get psyched out of a trade because of the RSI.
Okay.
You see, yeah, so if you would have saw that, if you didn't have none of this, you took that off, you saw that RSI reach up there, you're like, shit, I'm getting ready to close my position, getting ready to go down.
Right.
But this lagging line above the cloud, that really shows a strong signal. So then this is where candlesticks come into play. Now, what candlesticks can I see that's going to cause the stock to go down? So there's a lot of variations you can use, and there's really like no magical thing. But this is something that I use a lot to determine support and resistance. And actually, this morning, if you go back when it broke through the cloud this morning, that's when I bought. However, I didn't catch all the way to the bottom, so.
Mm-hmm.
And I got greedy and got back in because I thought it was going to go lower, but it did a reversal on me and it came back up. But it's not, and you can watch a bunch of videos on this, but that's just a short and skinny. And actually, when you see the twist, they call it the Kumo twist, when you see the cloud twisting over to the green,
okay.
Basically it predicts the future. However, what I've noticed with these short time frames, it's not very good. It's good for long term because, anyways, we'll talk about that later. But yeah. So, anyways, man,
that's a good call, though, Mr. Lloyd. I appreciate it. I know somebody's going to use it.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. So we'll talk more about it, man. But yeah, if you ever see a stock moving sideways, like the one we just saw, mm-hmm. that's because it's sitting in that cloud somewhere. And once it breaks through that cloud, then that's when you know it's going to restart back up again. So I wouldn't worry. I mean, it's like, damn, this stock is dead as hell. Well, that's because it's sitting in congestion, consolidating.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the call, Mr.
All
Lloyd.
right, brother. Have a good one.
All right. Mr. Lloyd just taught a PhD class in indicators. Oh, man. All right, so Mr. Steve Gailey, I hope you got your lesson there on how to identify a stock going up. You know, when we mentioned Bad Scientist one, it works the same way going up and going down. Going up and going down. Works the same way. No, Brandon, not at all. I mean, that's it works going up and going down. And Mr. Lloyd was really, adamant to admit that. It works going up and going down. The strategy works going up and going down. But yeah, if you're looking at Bad Scientist strategy too, right here, as you can see, breaks the 4 and 8, stays above the 4 and 8. All right, the 4 white line is still above the 8 moving average. That would have been a really nice trade for you going longer until you actually break lower. Probably would have stayed onto this particular trade. This is a Tesla trade. But let's go back to the stocks we look at. Anybody else? Anybody else got some tickers? Or if you got any other information on how to trade, how to look for something. As you guys know, today's Friday. We go pretty long on Fridays. It's really for us to dig deep into some things that aren't really moving, could be moving. Give me a call, 305-600-2896. And we still in here pretty heavy. 94 people watching. We still in here pretty heavy. Chris over at Ascend. Yeah, Ascend Tradings. Those guys over there are beasts too. They working with a ton of cash over there. HLTH. Oh, damn. What is this? HLTH, Nobles. All right, so the stock was very bearish to end the year. Looks like we just got recently a change in direction here on the one-day chart, on the daily chart, excuse me. All right, so hopefully, I don't know if we've truly bottomed out here, but that looks like the only range of, so this is probably the longest range of support I've seen in some time here on that stock. All right. This is the longest range of support I've seen in this stock. So not bad. I will mark it just like this, and we'll see if it breaks through tomorrow or breaks lower. That's what we're going to look for. But that's the longest range of support I see here in the stock in some time, going back to as far as October. So you've seen the stock trend HLTH in a funnel that looks like has started from January 18th. And we'll see how that maintains itself. If it breaks out of that, I would buy that. If it breaks out, depending on what that next bar is, especially if we see a bar that hits above the 20-day moving average. But right now, we're still below the 20-day moving average, just above the 4 and 8 as well. But again, like the other guy says, you got to confirm it on some other time frames. And as you can see here on the 5-minute time frame, you see you're still stuck in this funnel here, and between 214 and 225, you've just recently broken out, but you know, still very negative. And as you can see here, volume, there's a lot of battling going on here. All right. But again, here's that funnel again on the this is a 1 year chart. Here's that funnel that we just got done seeing scaled up. All right. And there's David in the chat room with more tickers. GMNI, Gemini Global Group. All right, nice little gap up there here on Gemini Global Group, up 62.5% to 0013. GMNI. Love to see what happens with that. We're way at the top of the bands, above the 4 and the 8. Let's see if we can build up on that. November highs of almost 0020. We're already at 0013. Huge day today on the stock. GMNI. What else are we looking at? BMXC. I did see somebody earlier bring up BMXC. BMXC. Looks like this is a stock that hasn't done much recently. So that's why, you know, sometimes when it's working on that scale and it wants to zoom down, is because there hasn't been very much action or buys in the stock. So you had recent heavy buying in the stock, and that represents this huge bar here today in comparison to many other trading days before it. Let's look at the 5-day chart. Here's the 5-day chart in the stock. Came back for support yesterday and found it at 0.0143. Opened up this morning and moved higher, breaking at noon today. It broke yesterday's high. This is BMXC. I'm going to put this on watch because I know this has ran before. This has definitely ran before. Take all his tickers, but this has definitely ran before. In fact, I think we could probably see it if we look back at the chart, right? Let's look at a 1 year chart in the stock. Yeah, this has ran before. It had a very incredible 2016, and then it just died off. It just died off. I mean, this thing just fell off a roof. Here's 2016. You know, here's a stock that you know went from 11 cents to a high of almost 74 cents a share in a matter of 3 months. In a matter of 90 days. Before you know, when there's no market, stocks collapse, and that's exactly what happened. Yeah. Shout out to Mr. Lloyd, man. Appreciate your teaching. And Mr. Lloyd, what Mr. Lloyd is saying in the chat room is absolutely right, man. He's lost thousands of dollars. I remember Mr. Lloyd just like yesterday. We had a congratulatory call for you because he had won like $5,000. Well, he had earned over $5,000 on the trade that we had all missed. I mean, he was, you know, very patient. He played that OTC stock like an OTC trader is supposed to, you know. Yeah, I remember it just like yesterday, Mr. Lloyd. Played the clapping and everything, you know. I'm sure there are some people in here who were there as well. Let's go to MCOA. MCOA. Yeah, I had got MCOA, got the buy alert on MCOA. Didn't play it, though. Didn't play it. Got the alert on MCOA, but I didn't play it. Missed out on the opportunity. And it came back. Came back to retest that support, that 076 support. And should have bought that again, but didn't, as I saw that hold. So MCOA looking to retest that. That would have been a nice little run, though, from 7 to 11. So 7 to about 11. All right, but that's how volatile these stocks can be sometimes. Yeah. That's how volatile it can be sometimes, man. Yeah. Barry Parker. This is funny. What's going on, Three Hooks? Yeah, nice play there on MCOA, David. I like that. I like that a lot. And you know, got some strong volume in the stock too here. That's came in these last 3 days, by the way, on MCOA. So, not saying it could be another OWCP. Not saying it can be another OWCP. We know what OWCP is. You know, that's a stock that, you know, went through a little situation here, you know, where we were so happy it got from, you know, 2 cents to 15 cents. Everybody thought the party was over. Who would have thought that 2 weeks later the stock would have been, you know, at prices where it's at now? You know. So you never really can count these stocks out. I mean, again, it got to a high of 20 cents, started to fade. People left it, started constricting again, and sure enough, look where we are now. You know, OWCP up over 300, 400%. Real insane, man. You said on Monday's show was going to start pulling back? Yeah. OWCP, David, what is your take on OWCP? Do you see this fading out too? Because I see OWCP here looking like it's losing a bit of momentum. Obviously, it is losing momentum, as well as I want to say volume too. Yeah, we had a big drop in volume compared to yesterday. 2.2 million shares traded yesterday. Only 1.4. Only 1.4. So a drop of nearly 45% today alone in volume. So OWCP hanging on for its dear life. We'll see what happens there. We're way off highs. Where on January 23rd, the stock traded almost 3.9 million shares. So we're way off the volume needing to maintain these prices. So I see a big drop possibly coming in OWCP. Okay, we'll look for buys hitting the open. Yeah, it's on. Okay, we'll see if we maintain that. That's on the list as well for tomorrow. All right, that's on the list for tomorrow as well for OWCP. All right. Yes, indeed. It's all about due diligence. Needs more news, Danny Bo? Okay. All right. So all my classic guys have called in. I see some of you new guys can call in too. I see you in the chat room here. Let us know some tickers you guys got. Mr. Eric Horton and Jay Young album. Some of you guys can call up. Let us know what kind of tickers you got, what you're looking at. Africa Emporium. You guys can call up. CGBI Cannabis Business Group. Was CGBI in that list David brought up earlier? No, it looks like it wasn't. Okay. And David, can you post up that list again one more time of the stocks that you said could possibly be halted this coming week? Yeah, if Ryan gets it talking about that Friendable app. CGBI, I'm going to watch CGBI. I see some interesting volume picking up there. It's real tight, isn't it? CGBI, not much business, or their OTC stock, CGBI, getting real tight. Up 25%. I'm not sure what's going on with that. It looks like it hasn't been too much business there, but we'll see what happens. CHK, the natural gas play on Cherokee. CHK was one that I've been following for some time, but it's been quite bearish lately as we've been losing out on lower gas prices. CHK ran very aggressively when we saw that 310 to like 370 move in natural gas. Since early December, though, natural gas has been falling, and CHK has been responding same way. Thank you so much, David. Thank you so much. He also said that TENX, 19%. Let me get back to these daily charts here. Here's TNX last 3 days in the stock. As you can see, we got to some bearish momentum. Some buyers came back into the stock. This is TENX. Supposedly some data is supposed to be coming in here soon. TENX. It's a scary looking chart though, David. It's a scary looking chart right now in TENX. Scary looking chart. ELTZ. I'm going to put that on watch list, though. I'm going to put that on our watch list so we know we talked about it. TENX. Yeah, Barry Parker bringing up that zinc and SDOCQ days. Oh, my God. ELTZ. That's definitely not that chart. ELTZ. Okay, Elite Books. We talked about Elite Books yesterday. Elite Books didn't do its thing today. Somebody brought up Elite Books yesterday. But that chart, fell off the roof today. 17% lost on Elite Books. Moving after 2 weeks of sideways, 10 simple moving average. Yeah, we're just below that. Just below that. Let me see here. What else? HTBX, 14% gain, $1.08. Here's been another stock that's ran really aggressively on the 27th, which was today, but it pulled back. Could have actually was able to find that, retest that support at 107 and then found it, which was really interesting. 760, what's up?
What up, Saul? This is Trading Jedi, man. How's it going?
Hey, Trading Jedi. How are you, man?
All right, man. All right. Just getting off work. I work in a warehouse, and I just love listening to your podcast while I'm lifting boxes and taking inventory late at night because I'm basically all alone back there.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Earlier you guys were talking about the Ichimoku Kinko Hayo,
Yes.
which is I love that.
I
that
can't pronounce
indicator,
that word,
whole
but tell us a little bit about it. What do you like about it?
Well, for one, I'm Japanese, so
Okay.
it just makes me feel good using it.
Okay.
Two, it really works well for trending markets. First of all, to point that out, it doesn't really work in anything that's a liquid, anything that's just been consolidating for a really long period of time. But if you've had a market that's been trending for some time, the way that it's just like any other moving average type indicator, where the direction that it's pointing you at is probably, if it's pointing in an upward direction, it's probably going to continue trending that way. It'll bounce off those little lines, the little cloud as support or resistance and stuff. And that's just like a real bare basic of it. But it is very strong. I like that it actually forecasts into the future to show you the trend, and it is accurate actually, forecasting about like a month and a half of a future theoretical support and resistance lines.
So would you say Trading Jedi is an indicator for individuals who can you day trade with it, or is it more preferably for a person who's looking to use a longer time frame for their investments?
Well, when you say day trade with it, for me, when I'm day trading, I look at all the time frames. I look at the weekly, the daily, the 10-minute, and the 30-minute. So I mean, it's good in the sense that for day traders, if you have a stock that's running, like we've had a lot of parabolics lately, going up 50, 60%, you're like, where is this thing going to stop? It usually stops at Ichimoku cloud resistances, especially if you you don't have to pull it up, but if you ever see a line that's completely flat on the chart of the cloud it just has a flat line, no incline, nothing, perfectly flat. Usually that's a great signal, because usually that flat line acts as a magnet. Even if you're 50% away, 100% away, some far distance that you think is improbable of the stock retracing or say filling a gap in a bullish way, it will usually hit those flat sections. So that's one thing. That's what I usually use it for. Is those flat sections are going to be really strong support and resistances. And if you see a breakout of those are those huge epic breakouts that just keep going and going for weeks and weeks. But I usually use the cloud on a weekly chart, just to let you know, because it will give you, every week you have a really strong support resistance. Yeah, exactly. And it tells you the trend. On the daily, it's all right, too. But speaking of that, a little stock that we talked about earlier in the week, I believe it was Monday, someone called up, ticker symbol GSAT. Sure, maybe a couple people saw that run today. It didn't run anything too hard, but I like that it had a nice upward movement, a little bounce, and if you look at the RSI, it's still got room and momentum to run. Same thing on the slow stochastics. There's a good amount of volume in it. That stock, though, I find it interesting because it's got something like $1 billion market cap.
Oh, wow.
But the float itself is only like a few million shares, I believe.
Yeah, it is on lowfloat.com as a low float stock. GSAT does, you're right. It does have $1 billion valuation. And this was the company that, we had a guy named Jay call up and tell us that they were looking to apply for to get a satellite off the ground that was going to implement, what is it called here? The new range on our cell phones. Because, it used to be big for 3G, 4G, but this was going to be a 5G. It's going to open up 5G. I don't know what ended up happening with that, but I'm not sure where they are in the process.
Yeah, and part of the reason I feel like the stock got a little attention today was, one, is kind of like a technical bounce, because if you look looking at the weekly, it's kind of bull flagging on a weekly chart, just in a very loose way. And it looks like it's headed to one of those Ichimoku flat bottom, or it's a flat top, really, around the 170 area. I mean, usually like any resistance, it'll pass it. So, I mean, if you want to trade it, I don't know if it's going to break out of it, if it's going to go there and stop, but I'd say it still has a little bit more room to run, especially with those like our RSI and momentum indicators. If you see, it's not It's not overbought at all.
Yeah.
It had a nice amount of volume today, actually.
Really
and if you
strong
look at the
volume.
and the daily chart, if you look at the daily, you'll see that actually our green days, we get more volume on the green days than the red days. So yeah, I just think it might continue to trend higher. The only thing you'd have to look out for is that 170-ish resistance overhead. But
Yeah.
I mean, really, if we break that, who knows how high we could go with how low of a float this thing is.
Yeah,
So,
here's the
I like
one day chart on the screen there, and I do see it was a very, very aggressive day for GSAT. I mean, you won basically any time today on this stock.
Yeah, I know. It just did not pull back.
Yeah.
Even in the close, it was crazy. But another thing is, I was looking, because, I saw the chart on my scanner, it caught my eye, and I was like, okay, well, is there anything making it run? And it turns out that, I believe it is this weekend, this very weekend, they're doing one of those conferences with JP Morgan Technology Conference right there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why I started getting pumped today, because people might have been realizing that. And, who knows, if things go really good, maybe on Monday we'll see a continuation breaking through that 170, and then I think if it breaks that 170 with volume, I think it could go pretty high, honestly.
Yeah, I do see that article here. Global Star to attend meetings with J.P. Morgan and Cantor Fitzgerald. Those are some of the biggest investment banks in America, by the way. And so yeah, that should be happening here shortly. I do see that news conference out, looking really interesting too. By the way, yeah. And I think they should have earnings out pretty soon as well, too. If I'm correct, I think that's headed around the corner for them, and maybe in a week and a half or so on GSAT.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look out for. And I believe it was Mr. Lloyd was talking about the cloud. I mean, it is great for trending markets, because if you look at the cloud on the daily, it's perfectly pushing the support on the Ichimoku cloud is trending upwards, so that basically our future prices are projected to find support at higher levels.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's if you believe in all that mumbo jumbo, but I mean, I've seen it work for me a lot of times. So I mean, I kind of stick with it, at least on the weekly and occasionally on the daily charts.
I'm seeing a $6 price target on the stock here by a company called Aegis Capital. I'm not aware of them, but they've got a $6 price target on the stock. Really interesting.
Yeah. That's nice. Yeah, that's good to look out for. I mean, I honestly went long at the end of the day. I kind of felt like I was chasing it, because I got that pullback at the very last candle on the 30 minutes, where I just basically bought right underneath the top Bollinger Band. But I mean, I took a small position, and I didn't feel shy, considering if you look at any time frame, it just rode that Bollinger Band all day, nonstop. It didn't want to go away from it.
At all.
I mean, yeah, and I took such a small size too, so that way if we get any continuation going into Monday, I can actually scale upwards into the momentum.
Yeah. I see earnings here. They have listed, guys, as February 23rd for GSAT. February 23rd.
Nice. That should definitely be on watch for everyone here. I have no doubt we'll hear more about it for next week. Either bearish or bullish, we'll be talking about it, I'm sure. Yeah, so that's what I've been looking at. Another one I brought up recently was OPTT, Ocean Power Technologies, which, I mean, gosh, look at that day on the daily, though, on the one-day chart. Not like the 15-minute or anything, but each day, one candle. Look how tight the bands are. It's just it's insane.
Yeah, it's really tight.
It's messing with my head, because every day it tries to
And we know what OPTT can do. I mean, this is a stock that's exploded before, not too long ago. We saw OPTT go from $2 to as high as $14 a share just a couple of days later. So yeah, OPTT can do some things.
And as with all these stock things, not only do I like the momentum and the prices being sub $5, sub $3, but I like to check the market cap and the flow, outstanding shares, things like that. So I mean, in those categories, OPTT is also pretty small caps, pretty slow flow, So if you look at the daily chart, though, even though those spikes, those upward price movements, they get sold off, stay in that tight range. We never ever go below $3.04, $3. We never. So that makes me think that there's someone just constantly loading up on a 3-0 bid. And if that's the case, then someone has a lot of confidence continue buying into this. Either that, or who knows? It could be some scalp traders just scalp over and over again, trying to make one bigger strategy, buy at the 3, sell at the 3 or 5 4. I don't know, but as from a standpoint, it looks immaculate. It's like it's either ready to explode to the upside or downside, and who knows? I don't think it's the upside.
Hey, Trading Jedi, it seems like your phone's going out a little bit. Your phone's going out. Are you inside of a building?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, it sounds like your phone's going out a little bit.
Can you hear
now? A little bit.
But yeah. No.
Yeah, you still sound real jacked up. Oh,
let me try this real quick. Oh, no, can you hear that better?
We'll say something?
Is my phone better?
Okay, it's a little bit better. A little bit better.
All right, cool. Sweet, man. Well, yeah, to run those by you, remind everyone that those are going to play the more in the gaming. Yeah. Well, I've been working on that. But yeah. I just got my options for this account set up, actually. I didn't know that. Start dabbling in that more, and the play I'm working for now is actually Twitter, and their earnings are coming up, I believe, very early the week after next or around next week. So Twitter's going to be having its earnings super bearish. Everyone's super bearish on it.
Yeah, super bearish on that one.
But really, the price action, if you look at it, continuously bounces off that 1650 level. It doesn't want to go below 1650. And the short interest, the amount of retail bears that are just going there and read the headline here from the news, really makes me work for a big short squeeze. Because whenever you see bears go in just big groups, and they just keep saying the same old headlines over and over and over and again, expecting the stock to go down just because the news tells them that, the company's worthless. That's when you get those big squeezes, So I think that we might get a surprise on earnings. So I'm actually going to be doing some calls, probably 18 or 1850.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting. But yeah, man, I just wanted to go ahead and run those by you, man. I love how the community's been growing. So many great people, touching on so many different strategies. It's awesome, man.
A lot, definitely.
Stoked on everyone. And thanks for all the callers. Like, I know, Sal, you do a lot, but to all the callers in the community, all your interest in learning and all your hard work, you can really tell that's what really makes the community great, is everyone's on the same page.
Definitely.
On that hustle. But, yeah, man, trade well, and I hope to see you guys making some money next week.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the call, Trading Jedi.
For sure, man. Peace out.
All right. So I really love his Twitter idea. I mean, I think, he hit it right on the head with Twitter. I wouldn't have even thought about that, but I really, really love the Twitter idea. And it does have very, strong support at that 1650 price that he mentioned. And, if it blows it out of the water, I think it can do exceptionally well. If Twitter does, what it says is going to do. The consensus price target right now is 1763. We're about 6% below that right now. We just got a neutral rating on it a couple days ago, 4 days ago. So we'll see what happens with Twitter. And the next earnings on Twitter, it's saying February 8th. So it's right around the corner. I would definitely mark Twitter on your map, on your chart, to see what happens with Twitter as we get closer to earnings. 772, you're on the air. What's up?
What's happening, Sal? What's happening?
Hey, Treasure Hunter, what's going on with you, man?
Oh, not much, man. Sitting back, have been subscribing to your shows. See, can I, we make the man pay you a little check kind of thing.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me see. Lately, bro, before I call your show, I've been waiting, waiting for my stocks to, to prove itself for a couple of days.
Okay.
Because lately, these two plays I've been playing have been pretty good on me, or working out pretty good on me. PULM. I think I paid $1 something for them yesterday.
Yeah,
and,
PULM is man, that's a
it's like-
stock I'm trying
sounds
to.
like a dry chip, bro.
Yeah, it's looking like Dries, man. It reminds me of Dries, and
Yeah, right,
You know
right.
that's a stock that went to $100 on a weak, relatively weak catalyst, and PULM is a stock that's running on news that was given to us almost a week and a half ago. Right.
Yeah.
So this is
yeah.
a stock I'm trying to catch short, but man, it just keeps going higher and higher and higher. You think it can keep going higher? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Lately it has been, and so far it has not disappointed me. Like I said, yesterday I paid $1 for the bad boy.
Yeah.
Now, what did he close at today? I mean,
Closed at 337 today for a gain of almost $1.15 a share today, and that's
after
very
hours
impressive,
like
man. That's a huge,
$3.80 or
huge,
something, right?
yeah.
Yeah, we've been blown up. I can't wait to call you sure on that one. And my 00 play, it's been holding its little 1 cent gain for a couple of days off. So the marijuana IVFZF.
IAV.
No, IVFZF.
Okay, yeah. This one is the one that has like a weird thing going for it. Invictus Financials, IVFZF. The problem with this one is that there's just no volume, man. I don't know who's, I don't know what's going on with this weird stock. Only 900 shares traded. I don't even know if that was traded today. I feel like every time we look at it, it just says 900 shares traded. I don't know if any real tickers were traded in
down
that.
with it, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that one.
Yeah, it was one of my campers. Remember, like a while ago, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, like throw the cash in and forget about it, kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, lately it's been 1 cent, but I've been waiting for it to creep up, maybe 2, 3. See what it does, kind of thing. Yeah. So that PULM. So you think it's still gonna be running?
Well, again, man, for me, I'm trying to get it on the way down because there's so much meat. There is so much meat on this bird right now, man. I already know. I'm talking $2,500, $3,000 possible return on investment here, getting this, all the way back down to 1. But with that being said, I mean, that's, it has to show up first. And as of right now, there's just no, possible way I would look to short this right now. It's running, it's hot. I saw a possible breakdown today towards the end of the day, at 3 o'clock.
I was like, oh, here we go.
I was looking for that 289, because, when stocks are up like this 300%, 330%, typically when the stock cracks, right, the stock cracks lower.
It kept breaking,
a lot of people get scared, and you have a very strong, everybody looks to head to the door, so you have a very strong, momentum push to get out, and you can end up losing $1.10 of value within, a couple minutes. But that didn't happen. I mean, a huge buy came in, and sure enough, people bought the breakout over recent.
Yeah, every level kept breaking up.
Right.
And I was like, man, I got to get style up on this.
And in fact, it broke. Yeah, in fact, the stock ended up broken the day's high, and it made a new day high at the close, which is you never see.
I know. After hours, it kept blowing off. I was like, oh shit!
Right. You rarely ever see that. You rarely ever see that. So it was very interesting to see the stock do that. Yeah. Huge move.
Yeah. Shoot. Well, those the plays, Cuzzo, and definitely keep your eyes on both of those plays, kind of thing for Monday. And like I said, the PLM might open up at $4, maybe. Maybe.
There it is, man. Thank you so much for the call, Treasure Hunter, man. Thanks a lot for the call, bro.
You got it, Sal. Keep up good work, bro.
Thank you. All right. So we got a lot of calls, man. We got a lot of calls today. I really appreciate that, ladies and gentlemen. And a lot of great tickers today, too. I'm going to call it a night, man, but I'm going to put these tickers out for you guys. Somebody had mentioned earlier in the day SRUP. Somebody had mentioned SRU. Was it SRUP or something? I don't know if you're still in the chat room or not, dude. SURP, I think is what you meant. You meant SURP is probably what you meant. The stock is up 11% today. Super Pure, I'm not sure what that company is about. Super Pure, what is that? SURP. Yeah, it says OTC stock, but it's not coming up. Let's see here. Super Pure. Okay, it is OTC stock. Liquid photo purification technology. Purifies liquids including milk, beer, fruit juice, wine. Super Pure's patented technology uses a specific brand of ultraviolet light to provide a green alternative to heat and chemicals in the purification of liquids. Okay, that's a very interesting technology if it's legit. That's a very interesting technology if it's legit. SURP is the ticker. SURP. Very interesting on the ticker, man. Appreciate that, Cali girl. Yeah, we out of here for the night, but let me put out these tickers though. Let me put these tickers out here. That you guys can do some research on. Here's the tickers for today's show. I'm very appreciative to all the guys who, stayed up. We learned so much today, man, from Bat Scientist, Mr. Lloyd, Dan the man over there at David from Investors Hangout. Shout out to all the new people who called up. Shout out to all the new people who called up, gave some trades today. Trading Jedi, thank you for calling. Oakland in the house. Interesting. Just before I forget, you mentioned that you wanted to look at possible Trump stocks on the verification of immigrants. I don't know of any immigrant. And thank you, Emporium. I actually got that. Those are good tickers too, by the way, especially that AMFE. Not to distract myself, but that AMFE, I took a look at AMFE. That looks really nice. Africana. That looks really good. That AMFE looks really, really good. And I'm definitely got that stock down here, and you guys should in the chat room too. Gotta look more into that. It looks pretty stable. Yeah, this watch list is pretty epic. And I don't know about you guys, but during the weekend, I'm still looking at charts. I'm still looking, or I'm reading a book or watching a DVD. CSBR, Champions Oncology. Yeah, that stock is up pretty big too, man. The stock is up over 300% in 10 days. That stock's up almost 300% in 10 days in CSBR, man. So that's another stock we got to find out why it's running. Thank you, Bat Scientist, for his calls here or there. That's a lot of tickers too he just put out, Bat Scientist. I see a lot of foreign stocks in that too. I see a lot of foreign stocks in there. All right, so y'all may need to copy and paste that. Yeah, a Trump immigration play. A Trump immigration play. I don't know of a company that does that. I don't know of any companies that do that. I don't know of any. Sandy Steel. I don't know of any companies that do that. Yeah, I don't know of any companies off the top of my head that do that. Mexican pesos. I heard the Mexican. Should we buy it? Isn't it collapsing? Isn't the Mexican peso collapsing right now? against the dollar, I figure it's collapsing right now, man. You said they'll be taking Delta flights. Hilarious. Speaking of Delta, what's going on with DELT? DELT slowly showing some selling pressure there too. I'm waiting for that to crack 154. I already got an order waiting on that. On DELT. DELT was a runner a couple of days ago that I believe is slowly going to make its way back to sub $1 as the good news continues to disappear on DELT. Let's see what happens on that. But there are some stocks that we talked about today I was going to go long in. Real quick, I did enter a long position today, which was PED, Petco Corp. I'm probably going to be looking at that OPTT that Trading Jedi brought up too. That's probably going to be something, a new long I might look into setting up. But PED, very low risk long at 11 cents a share. Today was their last day to submit to the exchange a plan of action to get their stock extended or their time extended for compliance purposes for getting their stock above $1 a share. Today was the last day for them to submit that plan. I figure it's already been submitted. They do have up until August of 2018 to trade on the exchange. So this isn't necessarily a situation where if they don't get it, then they're out next week or something to that extent. It's nothing that serious. But yeah, it's a low risk trade here at 10, 11 cents a share. If it works, great. If it doesn't, great. Volume was about 200,000 shares traded. Average is about 400,000. The bands are tightening up. All right, the bands are tightening up on it. Let me see here on the 15 or 20. As you can see, it's still within that funnel. So I'm not expecting anything anytime soon. But I believe that if that news does drop, that they get approved, it could certainly move the stock higher. They do have up until June 27th of 2018 to meet the $1 requirement. All right, so they are still able to trade until June 27th of 2018. That's over a year from now. So they're going to be in exchange for a while. But at 11 cents a share, I just thought, why not? Why not? All right. Why not? All right, PULM. Oh, I'm not saying it's a short. No, I'm not saying PULM is going to be a short because PULM could continue going. It's the hottest. It's one of the hottest stocks right now in the market, man. It's got a lot of money behind it. You got a lot of people going to come home today. They're going to see a stock that's up 200%. They're going to want a piece of that. So on Monday morning, to any sucker who decided to take a short position today, you're going to get possibly blown out the water first 30 minutes of the day. You could find yourself in the whole 20, 30, 40% on all that volume that's going to come into the stock based on people, doing their scans, doing their research for stocks going into next week, and they see a stock that's up huge, they're going to want a piece of that. So I fully expect PULM to open up with, a bang on Monday. And we'll see whether or not once all those orders fill, is there support at those higher prices? Will there be support for PULM at, let me go back to what's the ticker at 337 now? Will there be support after all those orders fill at, 460, 470, 480? Will there be buyers at that level? If not, then we're going to see the stock come back down. And then we're talking about retesting, where it closed at today, 340, 350. So the first 30 minutes, 30 to 35 minutes, 40 minutes are going to be very, very, important for PULM. But we've got a lot of other stocks that don't have anywhere near as much risk. Now you can look into. We just submitted a list. We got people putting up lists in the chat room. There are tons of stocks you guys can do some research on tonight. Again, if you haven't already, you guys know we got the torrents available. If you need the free Tim Sykes DVDs, weekends are your time to do research. We give all the Tim Sykes DVDs here free of charge. One good DVD we got, Tim Sykes, How to Make Millions DVD. Here's the link to that. I'm sure most of you guys in here already have it. But use the Nitro Flare link. Just go ahead and get the little $12 account or whatever it is. And you can download it from this website there. Tim Sykes, How to Make Millions. Just go ahead and download every single link of that one. You can download it from there. What else do we have? Also, let me see here. The Timothy. And if you want to sign up for Tim Sykes, go ahead and use my link there, the Millionaire Training Academy link. But obviously, get the DVDs that are free right off the torrents, man. Don't pay that guy $1,500 a DVD. He's going to get his money regardless. But there's the torrent link to that. You have UTrade or BitTrade or BitTorrent or uTorrent. Download all his best work. Those first, I think 8 or 9 DVDs. Everything from the beginning all the way, I think, to Timtastics or whatnot. Yeah, Timtactics. And all the old stuff and new stuff. And, it's pretty much the same stuff. And he shows you really how to find penny stocks, how to identify weakness. For you guys who can day trade, level 2 is very, very important. Identifying level 2 is really, really important. Tim Sykes, How to Use Level 2 Quotes. Here's the torrent for that one. Here's a torrent for that one. Appreciate that, the Tom G. Thank you. Here's a torrent for that one. All right, so use your weekends to read and study up on this stuff. What else? There's the Tandem Trader. Tandem Trader is a good one. The guys over at Investors Live, Nathan Mashad and those guys. This is another DVD that can cost you a couple $100, man. Go ahead and use these free sources and get them. Go ahead and get them. 3 Hooks, you said you got all of them. I like How to Make Millions. I think How to Make Millions is probably his best work. I think it's his best work because it was before the whole stocks to trade thing. I feel like this whole stocks to trade thing with Tim Sykes just fucked him over because like everything now it's all about stocks to trade, stocks to trade, stocks to trade because he really wants to promote this software because it makes him a killing on that quarterly payment that you got to make on it. But it's not what it was from the beginning. I was watching him from the beginning when he was actually showing you, chart setups and that was the good part. That was the good part. But now it's all about promoting stocks to trade, which is basically Equity Feed, a rip-off version of Equity Feed. So I'm really disappointed about that. But I don't want to beat a dead horse on that one. Appreciate that, Our World. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Our World. Thank you guys so much. So yeah, there's a lot of other ones. Obviously, the Tim Grittani DVD too is out there. The Tim Grittani DVD, Tim Grittani, the other millionaire trader. If you have his DVD trading tickers, that one is like $1,700 he's selling in the store. All right, you can get it right there. Absolutely, I just gave you the link. You can get it right there free. Just go ahead and click the link. If you have a torrent downloader like uTorrent, BitTorrent, get one. It's free. Go to the website, click Get This Torrent. It'll pull right up. You got to download the torrent downloader first. All right. Yes, indeed. Got in TENX at 190. Okay, Bad Scientist. Bad Scientist just gave you guys a few good NASDAQ plays, so make sure you guys grab those, copy and paste those. Might do some research on those opportunities for you to go long on, or possibly day trade. Okay. So this has been a long night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all the people who hung out with us. To all the people who are watching in the future, thank you so much. All right, appreciate you guys and everything you guys do. All my callers, man. Appreciate to all my callers. It was a long Friday. You guys wanted to go into stocks. It is what it is. We went on stocks. All right. So we'll be back at it on Monday. And, again, use your time this weekend wisely, man. Become a better trader than you were this week by doing some research and then some studying tomorrow. And you ain't got to stay all day, man. Just sometimes, reading 10 pages or something, or, that's all it is, man. You ain't got to really go hard like that where it's like studying for a PhD or anything, but just putting yourself in front of some new information. You know what I mean? Just putting yourself in front of some new information for an hour a day, this weekend could really, change your life. It really can. It really, really can. All right, so there's the link to the Discord room. For those of you guys in the Discord room, I posted, and I'm going to post again right now, the 25 rules for trading. The 25 rules for trading. I'm going to post that. I just posted it right now in the Discord room. Go ahead and join up. The 25 golden rules for trading. I need a website where I can post this kind of stuff, these really interesting articles for you guys to read. I've gone ahead and posted it into the chat room right now. You can go ahead and click the Discord room. It'll be the first thing at the bottom you'll see, the 25 rules of trading. Some real deep game, on day trading and what to look for. And those are rules that I look back on. They're real basic stuff, but you kind of got to look over them over again to get. So please do that. I really would like that. Oh, David, yeah, I would really appreciate it, man. Whether it be on your site, yeah, if we have just a place where I can upload like little PDF articles that I find that might be interesting that people can download, I'd be so appreciative. Ricardo, thank you for watching, man. Trading Jedi, thank you so much. More Peace, 3 Hooks. Bat Scientist, again, thank you so much, dude. Stephen Gailey, thank you. Again, who's that? Parker Mills. Oakland in the house. Who else is in here? Our World, thank you so much. Andrew Ford. To all the people who stuck around earlier but had to go to bed, I understand. We go hard here. But to everybody who's lurking, watching, thank you so much. You make the show what it is. Please tell your friends about it. Post me on your Facebooks. Whatever it is to help us grow and invite and, get more people to understand that, they can do this. And, we can all get smarter with more people, you know what I'm saying, around sharing their knowledge. That's how we all get better. Thank you, Mace Ingo. Appreciate it, man. Michael B, thank you so much. Michael91 watching. Travie, shout out to Travie. Travie, I ain't got a call from you in a minute, man. What's good? Ralph Ronaldson, thank you so much, Ralph. Appreciate it, man. Cheese 5326, thank you so much. Omari Taylor, yes, we are a team. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that. All right, so I'll see you guys back here Monday, same time, same place. I appreciate you guys. Stay safe. See you guys. Happy trading on Monday. See you at the end of the day. Take care, everyone. Oh, yes. Before I leave, please hit that like button. I keep forgetting to say that, but hit that like button for me. If you got a couple dollars to donate to a brother, donate. Click the donate button. All right, I'm trying to get a new motherboard. I'll probably set up a little GoFundMe on that one, because you guys gave me this beast ass graphics card, and I have I guess my old motherboard, but I don't know, it's something that I'll spend myself. I'll probably end up fitting the bill, but I appreciate anything y'all can put towards it. But with that being said, man, thank you guys so much for watching and making the show what it is. Look out for some videos this weekend. I'll be posting up some things that might be of interest to you. With that being said, take care, everybody. Positive vibes. Yes, sir. Appreciate it, guys. Good night.